Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Please note, if you're attending the meeting to speak regarding the new business item number 1 related to self-checkouts, the item's been pulled from the agenda and won't be considered tonight. Now, will you please stand and join me in the video is going to play the national anthem. We can sing with it and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks for the time, for the singing, everyone. The timing was a little bit weird, but we'll keep working on it. We got it out. I'm sure everybody appreciated that. Okay, so now we have the moment of solemn expression, and we're going to be led by Pastor Christine Knopf from the Redemption Church. Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and all my neighbors. It's an honor to open the meeting this evening with just a short reflection in this moment of expression. It's Holy Week in both the Jewish and Christian tradition. I had an opportunity to celebrate a Passover Seder at Temple Bat Yam this weekend. And this week is marked by themes of liberation, salvation, and freedom. It's a reminder that new life is possible. In the Exodus story celebrated at Passover, we see Moses return to the empire that raised him to leverage his access and privilege for liberation from slavery for his people. In Jesus, we see an innocent man killed by state execution and then miraculously rise from the dead, overcoming the evil of the empire. Even nature bears witness to this theme, that a seed must enter darkness or die in order for new life to come forth. I bring all of this up to remind you as decision makers in our community of the path to see flourishing. Flourishing is described in the Bible as righteousness, peace, and joy, and I believe it's meant to be extended to all people. So often the path to right living, peace, and joy is to lay down one's own life, one's own privilege, one's own agenda, even our own rights, so that new life can emerge. I'm wearing 2 crosses tonight. One was made by a young Costa Mesa man when he was in jail out of dental floss. It reminds me that even in desperate situations, we can choose creativity and purpose and new life. The other is made out of remnants of a ladder used to cross the border. Why would a pastor wear a cross made by someone hopping the border? It reminds me of the urgency and desperate desire that we all have for freedom. My prayer for you as you govern and for my neighbors is that we would have eyes to see the path to new life, even in the midst of slavery and death, and even when it costs us something. May we trust that resurrection is possible. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Beautiful. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Great. And Ms. Hull Barlow, City Attorney, would you please provide a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action was taken in closed session. We will be resuming closed session at the conclusion of the regular meeting.
Okay. So we have one presentation tonight, and it's the Active Transportation Committee presentation. So I'm going to give the floor to the chair of that committee, Andrew Barnes, and the vice chair, Michael Moses Knopf, who's going to present an update to the council about what's happening in the Active Transportation Committee.
Good evening. We have a presentation that's loading. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, members of the council. I'm Andrew Barnes, and with me is Moses Knopf. We are the chair and vice chair of the Active Transportation Committee, and we're here to present the committee's 2024 annual report. We'll start with a brief description of who we are and what we do, and then quickly jump to the achievements of 2024. And by any measure, 2024 has been a significant, a huge success in improving the safety of the streets of Costa Mesa. By the end of this brief presentation, I'll demonstrate using hard data that this is the case. While you may see the words active transportation and think bicycles and pedestrians, the greatest beneficiary of the advocacy of this committee and the work of Director Seth Rahman, excuse me, and his staff, the greatest beneficiary are motor vehicles, and I'll prove that to you in this demonstration. So when we think of active transportation, I'd hope that we all think streets safety for all. I think that's a trend we want everyone to see continue, even as we struggle with budget constraints. Next slide. Oh, can we go back one? There we go. Who we are. The committee was formed in 2015, and its composition has had many incarnations. In 2024, the committee composition was revised to 9 members representing each of the 6 districts of the city. Our liaison with the council is Arliss Reynolds, and in 2025, we're welcoming a second liaison, and Council Member Marr. Shelley Humphrey was our school district liaison, and although we had an opening for the Chamber of Commerce, that position was left unfilled in 2024. Next slide. The focus of the committee is defined by the city's active transportation vision, which stems from the council's published and stated goals, as well as the goals stated in the adopted active transportation plan, and those are reflected on this slide. The committee has a formal meeting process, and committee members participate in external outreach and advocacy throughout the community. Next slide. Administratively, we met 8 times in these monthly meetings in 2024. The staff that attend those meetings include Director Seth Rahman, Active Transportation Coordinator Thomas, and on occasion, senior project managers for specific project updates. Next year, we will be this year, we're welcoming our new member of the Transportation Department, Paul Martin, and we look forward to working closely with him as well. The meetings are a venue to receive direct public input. We have a public comment period. We welcome all public comments. And while committee members bring community safety issues to staff, we welcome the community to impart their opinions directly. We reviewed capital improvement projects and brought our daily observations and experiences to the staff with recommendations for improving public safety in all areas of the city. Next slide. In addition to meetings, committee members are directly engaged with the community. Last year, the community members supported Earth Day celebrations here at City Hall. We volunteered for the 2-day bike event put on by SoCal Cross, which is a bike race. It features races for all ages and skill levels. Importantly, most of our committee members joined Walk and Rollers in the initial rollout of the safety training program that is currently being implemented at over 20 schools throughout the Newport Mesa Unified School District that serve Costa Mesa students. Next slide. By far, our biggest impact with the community is the Bike to School and Walk to School days. These are programs that have improved participation year over year. Last year, we estimate almost 4,000 participants in the Bike to School and Walk to School and Bike to School Day. Those are people who learn new, safe ways to ride and walk to school. Next slide. This is an important slide. These are city data that have been compiled by the state. And it shows that we have a really good understanding of the impacts where we have conflicts between pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles throughout the city. And the trend in these data is relatively consistent. Between 2022 and 2024, for some context, bicycles and pedestrians were reportedly involved in 345 accidents. Those are just reported through the police department. Sadly, we had 9 victims that were killed and 365 received serious injuries or illness. Next slide. The city has made huge strides in 2024 to ameliorate these types of impacts. What you see here is a graphic of all of the physical infrastructure that was installed in 2024, and you might notice that every single district in the city received some treatment. And when we get to the data a little bit later in the presentation, you will see that these programs and projects have a significant impact on street safety. Next slide. So in addition to projects on streets, engineering projects, and in part due to community outcry, the committee, staff members, and the Costa Mesa Police Department met twice last year in an effort to update the municipal code to reflect the increased use of bicycles and e-bikes in our city, and to make our code both enforceable for our officers as well as consistent with the California Vehicle Code. That was a major achievement last year. The committee advocated for safe traffic infrastructure, and the city, in response, added 4.1 miles of new and improved bikeways throughout the city, including Class 4 cycle track, which is a separate avenue for bicycles, physically separated from vehicles, buffered bike lanes, and green paint. There's new pedestrian bulb-out sidewalks and street trees that make walking in Costa Mesa more enjoyable. High visibility crosswalks. These are called HAWK signals. They were installed at West 19th Street and Wallace, Lions Park and West 18th Street, and Wilson Park. Speed surveys conducted, and speed limit surveys were conducted throughout the city, and speed limits were reduced on 76 segments throughout the city. Synchronization of signals has eased the motor vehicle flow, has added bike and pedestrian detection and leading pedestrian intervals, and extended the period of time for pedestrians to cross intersections. This all helps the safety of our intersections and streets. The committee helped to identify locations and destinations for 113 wayfaring signs. These are signs throughout the city that direct people to our opportunity zones. These are our commercial districts and other areas of high public interest. We advocated for bike racks, and the city responded with 19 new bike racks in parks, city rights-of-ways, and other city facilities. Perfect. We recommended active transportation projects, prioritization to the city council, and provided input to staff for new projects. We submitted to the planning department, and subsequently the planning department passed and the city council passed the pedestrian master plan last year. The committee would have liked to have seen an implementation plan along with that plan, but that was not included, and so we worked directly with the city staff to get that implemented. Committee members pushed for bus shelter review And as a result, we worked with city staff to review the upcoming bus shelter contract to improve the function and maintenance of those facilities. We also review what are called easement and right-of-way vacations, where the city gives back properties not in use to private property owners. This slide is pretty staggering to me. $7.9 million in grant awards for transportation improvement projects. The city staff has done an amazing job of procuring grant funding, and currently most of the projects that consume their time are either wholly or partially funded by grant awards. That is a phenomenal achievement. So what is the outcome? This is the measuring point of the discussion. This is where we say, so what? Anecdotally, people say there's more bikes on the street, the streets are safer, but when we collect hard data, we can actually support that. And as I said earlier, active transportation infrastructure benefits everyone. And this graph, I'm going to walk you through it, shows that vehicles, cars, are the greatest beneficiary. The intersection of Placentia and West 19th, we can break that into 3 segments. West 19th, west of Placentia and east of Placentia. If we take the west portion, in the 24 months prior to the implementation of active transportation infrastructure, there were 10 crashes. In the 6 months after, there was 1 car crash by putting in active transportation infrastructure. That means people are getting home safely. Commuters, families driving home are getting home safely. When we look at pedestrians and bicyclists, the statistics are even more stark. In the 24 months before the project was built, 2 accidents involving pedestrians and bicyclists occurred, and in the 6-month period afterwards, 0. And the data are equally impressive east of Placentia. In the last 4 bars, you'll see the graph, the crash data for Placentia Avenue. That is the long segment on that graphic that goes from 20th Street down to 16th Street. It involves multiple intersections. Only one, 19th Street, received treatments. But along that entire corridor, there were bike lanes put in with bollards. Who's the greatest beneficiary of that infrastructure? There were 24 car accidents along that stretch in the 24 months prior to the installation of active transportation infrastructure. Afterwards, 1 car crash. So when we think active transportation, we should really think that this is street safety. This is creating safe streets for everyone. And I think we can all get behind that. All users are safer because of the work that city staff has done. So recommendations, we recommend again putting the committee put together a priority list of CIP projects for the council consideration, and that future grant applications be aligned with that priority list where possible. We also think that street utilization, cars, bikes, pedestrians, that data be collected along with safety data, crash data, prior to implementation of these major projects so that we have a baseline that we can then compare to the after effects. As we've just demonstrated with hard data, we can make better decisions about future CIP projects, knowing how well they perform. We think a focus on projects and programs that contribute to reducing collisions to the 0 fatality severity level is warranted. And that, again, this coming year, I know the committee members are all dedicated to participate in a number of community events, safety events, and identify opportunities to increase the education within our adult population. The city is currently engaged in a project that provides education for school-age people, but we also see the need, based on the users, for adult education. We recommend the focus on making our streets safer for all vulnerable users, including children and young families that desire to use the public areas in an active format. And we support the additional Costa Mesa Police Department resources for enforcement of the CVC. We'd like to see a return of the no turn on red light in major intersections where conflicts are known to occur. And then finally, we would like you, the City Council, to use your legislative and political channels to help focus Caltrans on improving the safety along the 55 and Newport Boulevard corridor. As you'll recall from the heat map shared earlier in the presentation, this corridor has consistently been the most dangerous and deadly section of Costa Mesa's transportation network, and it's time Caltrans does its part of the solution to make our streets safer. Finally, challenges that we face, certainly, we have a tighter budget. We have more commuters and using more alternate methods of transportation on the roads. Distracted driving is becoming normalized, and those factors need to be addressed to reduce those conflicts. I think we think the existing codes and ordinances remain car-centric and should be updated to accommodate micro-mobility realities. And finally, the backlog of our capital improvement projects would greatly benefit from additional internal project management resources, especially when we see the data that show that transportation capital improvement projects have a direct impact on the safety of our streets. With that, I'll conclude and say thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, did you have any questions of the presenters? Come on up, and in case there's some questions. Great job. Yeah. You were inches from a clean getaway. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, may I just give comments?
Of course,
okay.
whatever.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's a NULF family night tonight at City Hall. Nice to see you both. But I, as the liaison to this committee for the past few years, I just want to express my gratitude for the work of our volunteers on the committee and the work of our staff as part of this committee. It's the portfolio of work that we're doing on active transportation in the city has been, growing each year, and it might be neat to have like a flip book on participation at the Walk and Bike to School events over the years or something, just to show that growth over time. It's really been amazing to see, and I appreciate the opportunity to reflect on that progress. And so I want to thank you for really, really good collaboration between our community partners and our staff, our PD as well, and more also with our school district as bike safety for youth has become more and more prevalent given the use of e-bikes. So I want to thank you for that. And another reflection, as I'm out in the community and at other events, I'm hearing more and more outside of Costa Mesa how Costa Mesa is really being recognized as a leader in this space, which is great to see, maybe evidenced by the top talent that we're able to attract to the city on these issues. So it's benefits all around. So thank you for that. I think emphasizing the safety benefits of this work, certainly that is, one of the driving goals behind this work, and it's great to start seeing some data on the safety both for our people on foot, people on bike, but also people in cars. It's a huge benefit for us, and I may be a broken record in saying this, but this work I see really meeting one of the top community needs that I hear in the community. And I think some evidence of that is every news story that our team puts up about the next project, or every video that we put up about, information about the latest safety improvement. The comments I see in the community is like, how do I get that in my neighborhood, right? Like, I need that on my street. I want that, right? People want more of this because they recognize the dangers of speeding in the city, and really want the benefits that these types of projects are creating. So thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing continued deployment of the safety infrastructure. I know we've got some really great projects online, and continued investment in that public education, as Chair Barnes said. both for youth, but also for our adults who are out biking in the street. So thank you for that. You alluded to the Newport Boulevard 55 project. I'll share that I've been working with staff to try to get very clear information from Caltrans on what they're planning to do. This is an area that we know the data shows is one of the most dangerous places in our city. It's not our jurisdiction, but it affects us. And it's probably pretty soon that we may be asking for council support to really push Caltrans for safety improvements on that stretch. Thank you.
You want to take that question?
Thank you. Do you have any, do you have a rebuttal to that? No rebuttal?
I would
So-
just like to double down on working with Caltrans.
Okay, so just one thing, the only thing I have to say is, I'm not sure you're aware of it, but I serve on the with the Caltrans director on the OCTA board and also on the TCA board. So I've talked with her quite a bit. So if you have you want to get a meeting, you have specific things you want to give me so I can carry it to her and make requests, I'm happy to do that. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, is there something? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I've got, she's on my speed dial. So, okay, so anyway, now, thank you very much. Great job. So now we'll move to public comments. Public comments, you could talk about anything on the consent calendar, anything else that's not on the regular noticed calendar. And remember, we removed that new business one, so you could talk about that now too. You get 2 minutes to speak. We go to the people in the chambers, then we go to the people on Zoom. And at 2 minutes, I'm just waiting, there's just a little bit of noise. Y'all settle? Okay. You get 2 minutes. At 2 minutes, you'll hear a tone, and then you got 1 minute within which to wrap up. At that point, your mic will be cut off. Sir, you have the floor.
Members of the City Council, my name is Jose Toscano. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm speaking up because I am concerned about a particular council member's unethical behavior, which they have displayed online. On April 3rd of this year, Council Member Andrea Marr replied to a Facebook post made by Costa Mesa resident Jeff West. When I first read the comment made by Council Member Marr, I couldn't believe it. I even verified the profile and confirmed that the real Andrea Marr commented. Councilmember Marr went on Facebook to use her platform as a council member to encourage people to send her rude screenshot messages of a particular private resident of the city so that she could read them out loud during her council comments. As a council member and elected official, you represent our community and serve as a role model. While you are entitled to use your council comments for whatever you want, it'd be preferable to focus on the issues that unite us as a community instead of participating in petty, divisive political gossip. As your constituent, I ask you to reconsider. I respect everybody who takes time to perform their civic duty and attend these meetings. You've noticed that high school students participate in these meetings. I was once in their shoes when Mrs. Solden at Costa Mesa High made our class attend a meeting as a passing requirement. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be in their shoes and for the first time being exposed to local government and seeing somebody supposed to be a role model of the community gossiping about a private resident on the dais. That's not an example we should be setting. I have nothing against you, Councilwoman, but we must hold our representatives accountable when missteps occur. What you did was unprofessional, petty, and vindictive, weaponizing your position for personal or political gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have a presentation. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Matt Garcia, and I am the 2025 HSS President. Next slide. HSS has been flying remote-controlled gliders at Fairview Park for 61 years. We fly on the first and third Saturdays of each month. This year, we've had 6 flight days. Every flight day, anyone that walks or rolls up can get a free flight lesson from HSS-trained and permitted instructors using our buddy box systems, which is like driver's ed for RC flying. We have given hundreds of free flight lessons to new pilots. Next slide. Away from the field, HSS volunteers stay busy supporting Newport Mesa Unified School District and other organizations. Here are some of the places we have been and are going the first half of this year. Last weekend, we spent 2 days at the OC Fair's Imaginology event. Here's a short video showing our booth setup and what we do there. Next slide. Imaginology is a 2-day annual free STEAM-focused family event that attracted 20,000 visitors this year. The HSS booth is 120 feet by 20 feet in size and staffed by 10 HSS volunteers. We have 3 flight simulator stations, model aircraft displays, free literature and information about the hobby, and 4 tables for kids and parents to build gliders, which they get to take home. This year we built 1,425 gliders with the kids. And you'll see here, these are the 4 glider build stations. We typically have volunteers at the simulator stations, at the build stations, and then in the middle. This is our 18th year at Imaginology. Next slide.
Go for it.
The gliders are pretty popular with the kids, and it gets the kids building with their hands. Next slide. I want to extend my thanks to all of our volunteers, but especially Joni Whitsitt, our treasurer and secretary. She leads organization of the Imaginology event, and Randy Wilbur, who goes above and beyond every year. I'd like to also say thank you to our 3 youth volunteers this year, Nick, Caleb, and Cameron. Please come out and fly with us this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fairview Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
At the last council meeting, I showed a slide preparation of the dead palm trees on Tanager Trail that were screaming, "Baby, won't you light my fire?" And thank you, City Manager Harrison, for taking care of that. I walked the trail today and I saw that 3 of the trees were actually cut down. There are still 2 more that are right on the fence that need some TLC. So thank you for that. Also, thank you, Costa Mesa PD, for issuing a bunch of citations on Newport and 19th yesterday. I happened to be on that corner, northeast corner of 19th and Newport yesterday, and my jaw dropped as I saw drivers running through the red lights, drivers driving no right turn on lead to go northbound on the 55. Also today I walked the Cornerstone Trail, and I practically had to lift my jaw off the ground when I saw a lot of drivers doing between 50 to 60 miles an hour southbound on Harbor. They think they're go speed racer go. So Costa Mesa PD, I would like some TLC on Harbor Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you. First, I want to just get started and say thank you to the members of the Active Transportation Committee, of the Public Works staff, and of you, members of the City Council, for all of your efforts regarding active transportation in this city. My dad is a regular bike rider. My mom's a regular bus rider now, and I'm both of them. And I'm very appreciative that the investments that you've made have made our streets safer. I talk regularly with members of active transportation advocacy groups across Orange County, and we're truly seen as a leader in this county. And that's thanks to your investments and the work of the Public Works team. It's really impressive what we can do, and I'm really hopeful that we can do a lot more. Seeing the ATC presentation tonight, and being a former ATC member myself, I was very impressed, and I'm very thankful for the continued work of these members, and I'm very hopeful for all the work that is to come and for your support to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Jana Moore, and this is Larissa Moffett from Epilepsy Support Network of Orange County, right up the street. To our esteemed members of the City Council and honorable citizens and fellow Star Wars superfans, greetings. Today, we don't just stand before you as members of this amazing community, we stand here as passionate defenders in the fight against epilepsy, a condition that touches more lives than you might imagine. And yes, we have chosen to battle with lightsabers of hope, shields of solidarity, and a whole lot of commitment. As May 3rd approaches, yes, the day before May the 4th, as in May the 4th be with you, so does our epic event, the Star Wars-themed Epilepsy Walk Orange County called Seizure Wars. It's happening at the one and only T. Winkle Park. And just like in the movies, this walk is about more than costumes and cool props. It's about channeling the force to uplift our friends and family and neighbors living with epilepsy.
Much like the Rebel Alliance rising up against the Empire, individuals with epilepsy face their own personal battles every single day. But just as the rebels banded together, found hope in one another, and refused to back down, so can we. We can unite as a community, a squad, a galaxy of support, and stand strong for those affected. The Epilepsy Walk Orange County isn't just a stroll in the park. Though yes, there will be lightsabers, a carnival, a silent auction, barbecue, with sides donated by a Newport Rib Company, and likely a Chewbacca sighting. It's a beacon of solidarity. It's a mission to raise awareness, spark conversation, and fund critical programs that directly support people living with epilepsy. All residents will receive a Build Your Own Lightsaber donated by the Rebel Alliance, and I pray we don't have to use them.
So we invite and challenge all of you to rise up and join this noble cause, whether you're a noble Jedi, a fearless Princess Leia, or just a chill moisture farmer from Tatooine. Your presence matters. Your support could be the spark of hope somebody desperately needs. Let's walk together, not just as Star Wars fans, but real-life heroes, because together we can help a child make their last seizure truly their last seizure. And together we can bring the balance to the Force and to our community. May the Force and the cure be with us all. And thank you for being the heroes in our community that we need. I'd just like to thank Mayor John Stevens for kicking off our walk last year, and hopefully you can join us again. It's a lot of fun.
And please follow us on social media, ESNOC, on CES, and also epilepsywalkoc.org.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't think I could top that.
Yeah.
A recent quote from LA Times editorial, public safety is essential responsibility of local government. All the 7 candidates who ran for council this past November listed public safety as one of their highest priorities. So I think there is acknowledgement public safety is a responsibility of the city of Costa Mesa. Residents typically think first of the police and fire departments when they think public safety. Recently, staff reported that public safety comprises 53% of the city budget. That was a simple factor of adding the police and fire departments. But public safety takes additional forms beyond police and fire. For example, a lifeguard at the community pool, replacing worn-out playground equipment, at times tree removal are all forms of public safety. Dealing with and combating homelessness has an element of public safety to it. Designing and maintaining safe streets for motorists is another form of public safety. But street safety is not limited to motorists. The city is also responsible for providing safe sidewalks and crosswalks for pedestrians and safe bike lanes for bicyclists. Users of these forms of transportation are not less deserving, and pedestrians and bicyclists do not think their safety is less important than the safety of motorists. At a recent council meeting, a speaker spoke of their support for the safety improvements at 19th and Placentia. They brought the issue down to a personal level. using those streets, the speaker's father commutes to work on his e-bike. Just as parents want their children to return home safe every day, the speaker also wants his father to return home safely. At that same council meeting, Councilwoman Reynolds reported that over the past 4 to 5 years, the Placentia 19th Street area had the highest concentration of collisions. Think of that, the unsafest area in the city for motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists. The councilwoman went on to report on the dramatic reduction in collisions after the safety improvements were installed. As shown on the active transportation presentation we just saw, in the context of public safety, council and staff were fulfilling your responsibilities to make safety improvements to that area. I believe it would have been a dereliction of your responsibilities if you had not made those improvements. In summary, Costa Mesa is responsible for providing public safety in all its many forms and for all of its residents. I thank and support council and staff's efforts to improve public safety in the city, including for motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. When the streets and sidewalks are safer for bicyclists and pedestrians, it also makes them safer for motorists. And I want to again thank the Active Transportation Committee for their presentation. As a former member, I applaud their efforts and staff's efforts to again make the city safer for all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. You have the floor.
Mayor Stevens and council members, thank you for your service to Costa Mesa. My name is Deborah Lee. I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa. My foundation, foreverheaven.org, began during the pandemic with a junkyard rescue of 22 cats and kittens on 18th Street. The feral moms were fixed and returned to the junkyard after nursing and not put to death. That is the beauty and power of TNR. Thankfully, it was affordable due to priceless pets. My foundation is dedicated to rescuing, socializing, homing, and educating pet guardians on the importance of fixing their pets. TNR is our only hope of slowing population explosions of feral colonies. We need to do right by our animals in Costa Mesa by adopting a formal TNR policy. My request is for the city council members to use their comments to request the city manager to quickly agendize an item for the city council meeting where council can vote to approve over 4 hours of staff time to prepare and bring a TNR policy to the Animal Service Committee for discussion and ultimately recommend a policy for city council to adopt. Over the last 7 years, there has been a lot of work done on TNR policy, and there is a current draft based on best practices in neighboring cities. We need your direction that staff can bring a TNR policy to the Animal Services Committee. And one more thing, I have several pregnant cats that need fostering if anyone would like to help. Thank you for your time.
I just want to add to that. We really can't fix the problem by turning away from it. Trap, neuter, and release, also known as TNR, is how we show that Costa Mesa stands for compassion over cruelty, for smart solutions over short-term fixes. It's not just about cats, of course. It's about who we are as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, Mr. Mayor, our wonderful city staff, especially our Public Works staff. My name is Trace Yulee, and I'm a member of the Active Transportation Committee. But I'm speaking here today not as a member of the committee, but as a member of the community who commutes and travels around our fair city in a number of different ways that are not driving. I use the OC bus, I bike quite frequently, and I use our public sidewalks. And my son does too. My son is 25 years old and he is autistic. He is afraid to learn to drive. So because of that, I'm afraid to let him walk. Sometimes when he goes out, I say, be safe. I have little signs on the back of our door that says, be careful. In my everyday life and in my life with my son, I see the impact of the city's improvements. There's ordinary people making their way to school, to the grocery store, to work, grocery shopping, that kind of thing. It's not about recreation for us, and I think that's a myth that I would like to work harder to dispel. Our streets are safer now because of projects like the Placentia and 19th development in the corridor, because of traffic calming on Hamilton Street, because of bulb outs and bollards. And I implore you to continue to support these kinds of projects throughout the city. These projects to come will need resources, they'll need staff, resources, and time, but they do make a difference. Our streets are safer, but I don't think they're safe. I would like to see fewer fatalities. I don't think we should be content with simply less fatalities. We should be continuing to strive for a city where everyone can travel safely regardless of their mode of transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Luis, and as you can see, we are here with the Save Our Youth contingent. So ask the council if you'll give us the privilege of just speaking as a group, because you'll be hearing about the presentation that all these young leaders are going to be doing about partnering with the city to take on an issue that is affecting us all in Costa Mesa, and it's the issue of homelessness. And you'll hear some of the stuff that these young leaders have been doing. It's been a great 10-week course with them. They developed this project. They developed in unison as a class, all these high school students taking up leadership and showing that youth in Costa Mesa are interested in making our community a better place. So with further ado, I'll hand it over to our first speaker to tell us about what our project is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Monique Sperla, and I'm a junior at Early College High School, a part of the Soy Leadership Program. Today, we would like to address the topic of homelessness and how it is seen and perceived both in and out of our community. We have taken the last 2 months as the Soy Youth Council to decide the most prevalent issue seen in our community. We chose homelessness. This is not an easy issue to fix, and we know this. But when we see people of all ages sleeping on the street, sitting on the side of the curb with their belongings, or begging for money, begging for their voice to be heard, we felt compelled to take action. Costa Mesa is a beautiful, ethnically diverse, and culturally rich community, but outsiders don't recognize this. When I meet someone new, and they ask what city I'm from, their look is one of pity, not interest, when I respond with Costa Mesa. It is clear that this is an issue defining our community both inside and out. People fear to walk the streets at night, and with the state of our economy, they fear the streets is where they will end up next. As the Soy Youth Council, we have created a plan to help support all aspects of homelessness, from the lower tax bracket to those on the streets. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marlene Saldana, and today I'm here with Soy to talk about the issue that affects our community deeply, homelessness in Costa Mesa. It's something we can't ignore as it impacts all of us in different ways. I want to start by saying that homelessness is not defined by a man living on the streets, but by more than one family inhabiting the same apartment, which is a sad truth for a lot of us in the Save Our Youth program. When people face challenges in meeting their basic needs, some may feel forced to turn to crime just to get by, which can lead to higher crime rates and impact the safety of our community. This puts those individuals in harm's way and can create unease in our neighborhoods. By working to reduce homelessness, we can build a safer and more caring environment for everyone. Beyond safety concerns, homelessness also presents a significant challenge to local businesses. When there are visible signs of homelessness, it can deter customers from visiting our shops and restaurants. This affects the economy and the livelihoods of those who rely on these businesses to thrive. By working to reduce homelessness, we can create a more welcoming atmosphere and encourage people to come and support our local economy. Our public services also feel the strain. When people lack access to basic necessities, they often turn to emergency services for help. This puts pressure on our hospitals, shelters, and other resources, ultimately costing taxpayers more. If we can find a way to address the root cause of homelessness, we can alleviate some of this burden and save public funds. Beyond these issues, homelessness affects the overall quality of our life in our community and how we experience our city. It can create a sense of fear for residents and a sense of isolation with the people that are struggling, making it harder for everyone to feel safe and supported within the community. By working together to tackle this issue, we are fostering a more compassionate and supportive community. At the end of the day, homelessness is not just a problem for those directly affected. It impacts all of us in Costa Mesa. We need to come together to find solutions that not only help those in need, but also strengthen our communities as a whole. Let's take action to create a safer, more vibrant, and more inclusive Costa Mesa for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Perez. I'm currently a junior at Estancia High School. This is my second year in the Soy Youth Council. Today, I want to talk about how Blanket Drive can really benefit our community here in Costa Mesa. First off, when we come together to support those in need, we strengthen our community bonds. This Blanket Drive will not only provide warmth to those who are struggling, but also create a sense of unity and teamwork among citizens. By organizing this drive, we show that we do care about each other's well-being, fostering connections that can lead to long-lasting relationships and collaborations within our community. Next, this initiative can significantly improve public safety. By addressing homelessness and providing essentials like blankets and hygiene products, we can help individuals stay warm and healthy, especially during the colder months. This support reduces the likelihood of health issues that can arise from exposure to harsh weather, ultimately leading to a decrease in emergency services being needed. A healthier population contributes to a safer environment for everyone, in turn, making our neighborhoods feel more secure. Additionally, a blanket drive can contribute to our local economy in several ways. It creates volunteer opportunities, allowing people to engage with their community and develop new skills. Local businesses can also get involved by donating supplies or sponsoring the drive, which strengthens their connection to the community. Moreover, the increased community engagement can lead to more participation in local events, developing a culture of giving and support that can attract new residents and visitors to Costa Mesa. Finally, when we help to improve the quality of life for homeless individuals by providing them with blankets and hygiene products, we make Costa Mesa a more appealing place for families and visitors. A community that cares for its vulnerable members is one that attracts positive attention. This can lead to increased tourism and investment in local businesses, enhancing our overall environment and making it a place where everyone can thrive. In conclusion, a blanket drive can create a stronger, more secure, dynamic community for all of us. I invite us to come together and to make a positive impact in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Delilah Perez Cepeda, and I'm a sophomore at Estancia High School, part of Soy Youth Council, and one of the organizers of the Student Blanket Drive. The event will be a week-long drive from the 21st of April to the 25th. It will be greatly appreciated if members of the community could donate their used or bought blankets to Soy. All donations will be sent to the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter. The drive will be during Soy hours from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. If anyone's confused on where Soy is located, its address is 2045 Myers Place, Building E, Costa Mesa. We are right next to the solar panels and behind Ray Elementary School. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope to see our community donation soon.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening.
Kim, you have the floor.
My name is Kim Hendricks, and I'm with Fairview Park Alliance, and I'm here to talk to you about Fairview Nature Park. And here is Asace Phoebe, whom I love, and I have to put in every single calendar, even though they live 3 to 4 years only. This is the latest from U.S. Fish and Wildlife on January 27th, 2025. For the record, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does not support activities by the Harbor Soaring Society that impact either federally listed or sensitive biological resources within Fairview Park. So it appears the measures that we previously provided have not been fully implemented, and there are resources in the vicinity of the flying field that were not previously considered: burrowing owl, bumblebee, tar plant. We recommend that activities with the potential to impact federally listed sensitive species are discontinued until the city can complete a full evaluation of potential impacts as part of the master plan update. So I hope that you will not allow any flying on a vernal pool watershed this weekend or until the master plan is updated. This is what has happened as a result. I'm trying to go back. It's not moving. They constantly are off in undelineated areas. This is in 2009. They claim that they care about nature. This is them grading the vernal pool watershed. And in the past, the city provided support with this. We hope that you would stop providing support. And this is the president, once again, demeaning a city staff worker for doing his job, presenting the facts all the wildlife agencies have presented. This is not okay. Fairview Park Alliance is willing to compromise. Can you please move them to the east side in the parking lot? Get them off the vernal pool. And most importantly, these little tiny, this is them destroying the Fassicold tar plant, a keystone species. They have no regard for nature, and it becomes desolate. These little tiny birds are the ones that suffer the most. They have no place to live, to eat. This is new trails in the vernal pool complex, and this is declining permits issued. They had 2 residents this year. Great, do Imaginology, do whatever you want. Get out of the vernal pool watershed, please. Listen to the wildlife agencies. Okay, you guys are just ignoring them. And this is, what is it gonna take you guys to wake up until you can't pour that cup of coffee or open that chocolate bar? The strings go everywhere. They just drag them across. Okay, so U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, you're done. Next, please.
Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of the presentation on the Active Transportation Committee. Yeah, I love to walk around Costa Mesa because I have a dog. His name's Kevin. So we've seen a lot of Costa Mesa all the time, and I think it's great that there are actions going into place and that have already been in place to keep us safer. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Chavez, great presentation by the kids. You should have seen your smile through the whole thing. You were just oozing pride, so thank you for making a difference in the community. I just wanted to say thank you to staff. I know that staff is working hard, but I did get a response to my public records request for the HDL tax report that I think will be beneficial for our GOAT team to go through and look at trends and hopefully share some observations. Things like top 25 tax generators. If I were to quiz City Council, could you name 25 top tax generators? Right? I think we all should at this point because we're facing a structural budget deficit, so we really need to be working together. I've been here, I've written emails and documented the Arts Commission. The 2 issues are, I think staff got the budget backwards. They're saying that they had to go to general fund to offset the cannabis tax, right? Well, the master plan of arts existed way before cannabis. They got it backwards. The cannabis tax was always supposed to be incremental. And so I'm hoping that you guys will take a look at my email and take some action. Staff, after that, the other part was your Arts Commission, decision-making body, tried to make a recommendation and staff said, no, you can't. And then since that meeting, staff did take action. Someone went to the website, and I'll read the prior roles and responsibilities. Acted in an advisory, and this is council directed, acted in an advisory capacity to the City Council in establishing policy on matters related to the City of Arts and Cultural Master Plan. Advised the City Council on maximizing and leveraging efficient use of the arts and cultural resources in the community. Then it was modified, and now it says, the general objectives of the Arts Commission shall be to ensure that the seat of Costa Mesa is a place where creativity can flourish. I think there's an issue here where staff is shielding members of the public, committees and commission from giving you advice that we desperately need. At the time of a structural budget deficit, we need an active finance and pension committee, the 5-pack, to be coming to you. And I'm really concerned that the culture of staff is to shield this from you, so it can be filtered. And I've said this many times, staff is managing the city council, and we really need to remove that filter. So I would ask you to direct the city manager to send an email to all department heads reinforcing the desire, whether it's an applicant, whether it's a resident, a business, a committee, a commission, that it's the council's intent that you want to hear from the community and remove these shielding techniques. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is May. I'm just coming to speak in support of the Active Transportation Committee and all the work that they've done. I think the work that they're doing, as everyone has said tonight, is super vital for public safety and also public mental health, physical health, but then beyond that, also the strength of our community. I found personally that biking and walking in my community has made me feel much more connected to the place in a sense of ownership and a sense of like I'm more invested in the place. And I think that it has a much bigger ripple effect beyond the obvious benefits of public safety, which is obviously bedrock, but of people wanting to be involved in the place and speak up. I don't think I'd be here if it weren't for biking, just because I feel more connected to the place. So I think there's, great benefit for it. Keep up the good work. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Yes, Jen.
Good evening, City Council and staff. First, happy Easter and happy Passover to those who celebrate. I also wanted to speak on the Active Transportation Committee's presentation. I was incredibly impressed by the work that they did and the incredible detail that they were able to go into, including all of the projects they were able to accomplish this year. It's really something to see. I also wanted to thank specifically Councilmember Arliss Reynolds for her tireless work with that committee. I think that her participation with the Active Transportation Committee is a model for getting the most out of a liaison position. So thank you so much for your tireless work there. And the presentation itself, I also think is a great practice. We don't, in my opinion, don't get enough presentations from our city committees. And I would like to see that happen more often, not just the Active Transportation Committee. I think they set the bar very high. I also just want to speak into the fact that keeping everyone safe on the street is a fundamental city obligation. And the data shows, at least that the Active Transportation Committee was able to show, gives a strong indication that the interventions that you have supported are working. And I'd like to point out that they're doing so in a cost-effective way. You know, street projects are absolutely very expensive, but it's worth asking whether or not the active transportation elements are driving that cost. And I would say most of the time I've looked at the data, the answer is no. The cost is often driven by car-oriented improvements, such as slurry sealing, multi-lane roads, and upgrading traffic control devices. And the active transportation elements are often a fraction of the total cost of a project that may be otherwise described as an active transportation project. And even better, for the last couple years, we've had a lot of projects, and that's because state and active transportation has been a state and federal funding priority. And thanks to the hard work of staff who doggedly pursue grants available for this, these projects have been effectively on sale, which have really stretched our dollars a lot further than they would have gone otherwise. And they have an outsized impact in terms of safety. I think you need to ask yourself, what would it cost to replicate these results that you see, the dramatic decrease in crashes, by other means? Constant enforcement would do it. Our CMPD are the best, and they would be able to do that. But constant enforcement is extremely expensive in both terms of time and in money. And that enforcement must be repeatedly applied forever to keep getting the same results. Infrastructure resets our expectations of safety for years. No bicyclist or pedestrian wants to get hit by a car, and obviously, but no motorist wants to hit a pedestrian or a bicyclist either. So thank you to the ATC for its vital work, and I hope you continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, hold on one, sir. I gotta get your mic on. There you go. I just needed to turn your mic on. It's on now. Turn it on? It's on now.
It's on now?
But hold on one second. Clerk needs something. Is it to set the time? Oh, you've got an overhead to show?
Am I go?
Hold on one second, because we need to, apparently you've got a presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's wait to make sure we cue that up so it's ready for you.
Very short.
We're using the Elmo? Okay, you have the floor now.
Okay, before I get started, I just want to compliment these young people for taking an active interest in our government.
Thank you.
And I'm a first-time presenter in over 40 years, and I'm really thrilled that the police department, represented by the chief and the chief of police and the chief of the fire, are here taking an active interest in my community. That's really great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and city council members, for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is David Larson. I live at 2907 Baker Street in the Mesa Verde community of Costa Mesa since 1977. I'm self-employed in real estate and securities investment and a Vietnam officer veteran. On January 24th of this year, I received a notice from the Department of Public Service regarding street and curb reconstruction. Part of this notice informed me that the long-standing Chinese elm tree in front of my home, on city property it's your tree, will be removed. I am here to ask the city leadership to investigate and possibly reconsider this action. I have met with the city arborist, the assistant engineer. I have written Councilman Bully, who's my neighbor, and received his comments, and spoken by phone with the city manager, Mr. Sun Yan. All parties concerned have been very helpful and responsive to my concerns. I was told originally that the reason for the removal was a buckled sidewalk. Subsequently, I was told that the tree was a candidate to fall. Then later I was told the city was planning on resurfacing Baker Street in midsummer, and the tree would interfere with the project. May I address each point? Point one, the buckled sidewalk has been this way for over 3 decades and has not increased at all. Without any further buckling, I'm told the sidewalk can be removed, tree roots shaved, and a new sidewalk feathered in to overcome the buckling. By people that do it for a living, okay? Point two, the tree is healthy and mature, has been there since before I was there in 1977. I have been given no evidence to the contrary. The repaving asphalt is in this smaller beneath the tree, can easily be overcome manually by the repaving people. There are a number of trees in my area that have the same problem, but I'm being singled out. I understand fully, city officials, it is there in a responsible mode, must be in favor of safety and liability for the citizens of this city. I being one, but to date, no real evidence supports the public service request. I would respectfully request that this mature tree be substantially trimmed in lieu of removal, and I would also say that I will respectfully abide by your decision. Just a side note, since I got the floor first time in 47 years, okay, in my area, as well as everywhere, Huntington Beach, everywhere, I would like.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's your 3 minutes. Yes.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Bill Clinton said, "The era of big government is over, but the era of the big challenge is not. We need an era of big citizenship. There are many important people at this summit, but the most important title is citizen." Last night's Planning Commission meeting was so poorly attended that the commissioners complained about the lack of interest by the public. Well, not just the public, but the applicant even failed to show. None of the commissioners asked the question, why aren't we engaging the public? I don't want to hear that this forum is one that engages the public. It is anything but that, because it's intimidating. You sit up there on your ivory dais, and we have to get up the nerve to voice our concerns, and then you rarely respond. When is the last time any of you participated in a town hall? Have any of you participated in a town hall? You know, the city of Laguna Beach is having 2 town halls this month, so the residents are fully informed of the decisions the city council will be making. The town halls will also give the city an opportunity to get feedback and hear concerns from the residents. I guess Laguna cares more about the residents than you do. We don't even get an online survey like other cities send out. You know, you don't ask us, how's the city doing? Is it serving your needs? What could it do better? Don't tell me I should have a one-on-one with my city council member. First of all, those conversations are off the record. Second, well, my experience was anything but productive. Well, I did get a trash can out of it. So I'm going to repeat the question I asked a few months back. Why does this city hate its citizens? Follow-up question. What is this city going to do better to engage us and not deter us from participating in government? Along those lines, tomorrow night, this is Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting, has an item on the agenda that is a blatant attempt by staff to censor that committee. The committee is supposed to advise you. If staff doesn't agree with its recommendation, it can make its own. Staff needs to stand down from its attempt to armbar the citizens on this committee. Thank you for your service.
Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much for your service to our community and CMPD too. I don't really have a complaint, just like a concern. I live like on Adams and Fairview, and my neighborhood is really unsafe to walk in at night. And there's a lot of like shady activity, and it's not like a superstition. It's like real activities that are going on. And so I thought maybe CMPD should look into it, because we hear a lot of fireworks at night. Kids that are like my age, or people that are too grown to be running around and lighting fireworks around, or running around, and there's a doom here and a doom there. And then there's little kids that are like with grown-ups that are unsafe, and there's a lot of unsafe grown-ups in my neighborhood. It's like an apartment complex, and you guys have been there before and helped out, but I just want you guys to know that it's not safe, and maybe you should look into it, just from someone that's lived there. And I won't be a house owner, so I'll probably be living there for a while, so please help me on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who do we have on Zoom, if anyone?
Yes, RM, please.
RM, you have the floor.
Thank you, council members. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the repaired sidewalks of Vista Park. They're excellent. I'm Council Member Reynolds' constituent, I should mention. Next, as a frequent user and avid proponent of the Costa Mesa 311 app, while we continue to await Tyler Technologies, the Texas-based company who's the vendor, to update the app to make it fully usable in Espanol, it's been over a month so far with no change. I'd like to bring up another facet of the app. I understand that the Costa Mesa 311 app is relatively new, and like any service, it needs dialing in. So that's why I'm commenting. My neighbors and I have had great success reporting broken street signs, graffiti, and large item debris on the app. The service for each of those issues has been prompt and thorough and excellent across the board. But parking enforcement. My neighbor, who is a former chairman of the Costa Mesa Arts Council, reported a car illegally parked at a red curb on Canyon in front of his townhome and ours on the Costa Mesa 311 app 5 times in 7 days. His service requests to parking enforcement on the app were left quote unquote open during that entire week, and the same car continued to park at the red curb daily. And finally, after days of frustration, he asked me about it, and I advised him to call parking enforcement directly. He did, and parking enforcement told him that they don't really monitor the app. The car parked at the red curb was ticketed within a few hours after the call, but when he told me that story, especially since we'd gotten such excellent service from the other city departments, I was pretty disappointed and felt the best move was to contact you directly and ask you to please ask parking enforcement to monitor the app, ask you to hold them accountable, to compel them to monitor the app. Like I wait to hear, and hopefully soon, that Tyler Technologies has updated the app to make it usable in Spanish, I now also await your response as to why parking enforcement seems to be not monitoring and responding quickly to reports made on the app that you set up for citizens to do that very thing, and instead seems to be waiting on a phone call instead to take action. Thank you for your time and for listening to me and for your continued service to our city. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next speaker's phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. So, a couple of quick comments about the active transportation presentation. I was hoping to see data from that about cut-through traffic created by the 19th Street loss of lane on Town Street, because the city just did 2 studies on my street. You had a study where you could determine the speed of cars headed in the westbound direction, as well as the number of cars. That information was conveniently left out. The claim that the 19th Street is safer, maybe, maybe not. You've created issues in other places. It is very difficult to drive on 19th Street, so people are now driving on other streets. The issue that, the 19th Street's been an absolute failure. I'd also like to talk to the students that are there for soy. This is hard to hear, but you need to hear it because you're going to understand. California has the most homeless for a reason. California has the most homeless because it's run by Democrats. Democrats have failed at helping the homeless. They have refused to understand the causes of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Democrats have eliminated penalties for drug use, and that helps fuel mental illness issues. We would be much better off if we had representatives and council members and county representatives and state representatives that actually understood that the true causes of homelessness. We have 30% of the homelessness in the country. It's because of who's running the state. You need to look at who's doing it. Cynthia McDonald talked about engagement. Our state's ruined because people don't pay attention. And it's also ruined because people in power who don't represent the people are absolutely out of touch with what people want. And when the residents wake up in 10 years and see what's happened to our state, you'll see why. This council majority is out of touch with the residents, out of touch with California. And it's an absolute shame to see what's being done to our beautiful state. I wish that we had a majority of common sense people representing us, but we don't. Costa Mesa will be destroyed shortly due to high density development and all the other things. No business, no locations to run business.
That's your time, sir.
The next speaker is Hi, please.
Hi, you have the floor.
Hi, please.
Should we move on to the next person?
There are no further speakers.
Oh. So, hi and goodbye.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
I'm so terribly sorry.
No, it's okay.
In France in 1940, a teenager and his friends investigated a hole left by a toppled tree. They descended 50 feet into a cave, but they were actually stepping back in time. For on the walls and ceilings were paintings of horse, deer, bulls created by Paleolithic humans. Lascaux Cave was opened to the public in 1948. 1,200 visitors came daily, and with each breath brought carbon dioxide, heat, humidity, and other contaminants. By 1955, the paintings were damaged and soon the walls were infested with fungi and lichen. By 1963, it was closed. Before Lascaux was a World Heritage Site, scientists knew it was a treasure. What they didn't know was the damage people could do. Which brings me to Fairview Park, where biodiverse ecosystems are linked to Native American cultures going back over 3,500 years, with thousands of plants and animals, hundreds of species of birds, bees, butterflies, lizards, amphibians, snakes, and fairy shrimp, many with protected status, and the largest vernal pool complex west of the Mississippi, also known as the Fairview Indian Site by the National Register of Historic Places, because the artifacts of the Ashaman and Tonga tribes lie just beneath the surface. However, the City Council has seen fit for years to defy the federal and state departments of Fish and Wildlife, local biologists, the Fairview Steering Committee, Park Steering Committee they appointed, your Fairview Park administrator you hired, and tens of thousands of residents who voted and made clear they do not want Harbor Society destroying Fairview Park. They bulldozed the vernal pool watershed, cut down keystone species of tar plant that feeds animals year-round, and trampled the habitat of burrowing owls and other animals. They pass themselves off as an educational group, but if that were true, they would fly full-time at their other sites and leave the delicate ecosystems and archaeological treasures alone. You don't listen to the residents who join committees and then get mad at them for pointing this out. Please stop listening to your political donors and start listening to the residents and scientists for a change and save Fairview Park. Please. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
So we'll close public comment. Moving on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 3 is Council Member Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you everyone who came to spoke tonight. City Council is one of those roles where we're never bored, whether it's Fairview Park or homelessness or how we do government better. I appreciate everyone coming and sharing their comments and complaints and concerns and everything in between. You are welcome here to do that. Thank you to the Active Transportation Committee. I had the opportunity to attend my first meeting as the alternate liaison a couple of weeks ago and was reflecting on the fact that it's been 10 years since I served on that committee as a committee member and member of the public. And really that was my entree into government in the city and participating locally. And so it's been really remarkable to see what that committee has accomplished in 10 years. Super proud of the efforts across the board. Thank you to staff for all of the support and incredible work that they do there. Really, when I look at my time, and I will be termed out here in a year and a half, that the actions taken by that committee and the work that has happened around public safety on our streets is something I'll be the most proud of. Sorry, students just left, but wanted to say thank you to them for showing up. It's a beautiful part of what we do here is having the opportunity to learn from our young people. So glad that they were here, and I will be donating a couple of blankets that my husband thinks are ugly. So happy to do that. I think a town hall is a great idea. We've got some big, exciting projects coming up. So let's, I'll talk to the city manager and figure out what makes the most sense there. One of the other things I was reflecting on a little bit is I had on I've got a to-do list a mile long of things that residents bring me or things that kind of come up in conversation that I want to follow up on. And one of them was we got a number of requests a couple of months ago about doing simultaneous telecasting of my voice in Spanish when I'm speaking so that our Spanish-speaking residents can hear me. And I don't think we're fully that far, but I was thinking about 6 years ago, we had none of the infrastructure that we have right now as it relates to making sure that, the 30% of our population who speaks Spanish as their primary language has access to city council. So in, my little diatribe here about the importance of participation and how glad I am, in those 6 years, we've rolled out simultaneous translation for those in council chambers. There's folks in the back who do that. We've rolled out translations of our entire city agendas. You can find them in Spanish if you need them. We have rolled out closed captioning in Spanish on our Zoom link. So for those of you listening right now who are hearing me in English and would prefer to read the words in Spanish, you can go to our Zoom link and see the simultaneous translation happening right there too. So excited about that and feel like that's one of the areas we've made a lot of progress in terms of participation. Mr. Larson, thank you for your letter. Even before you coming to council, I had read it and was looking forward to supporting it. It's a beautiful tree. We have a beautiful garden. We should do what we can to keep that tree in place. And then last but not least, as I talked about, going through my to-do list and all the things, one of them that a resident has brought up several times and that I frankly felt like I needed to take some time to study before recommending was bringing an ethics policy to the city. I spent some time with Irvine's in particular, and I think it resonated with me on a couple of fronts. One of them is that Irvine takes some effort in their ethics policy to address what might be perceived as a rolling door policy, council members who leave our public service and then somehow profit off of that later. And so I think there's a need to roll out an ethics policy, and that would apply to council members, committee members, those who serve in an official capacity in the city, and would be interested in what other council members had to say on that front. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds from District 5.
Thank you. Considering the time, I'm going to do my best to be brief, but there's a lot of things that came up in public comments. So first, welcome to our first-time speakers of all ages. We are happy to hear from you, and thank you for bringing your questions to us. I also have a Chinese elm before you guys get up and leave. It's the best thing about my property. I support looking for ways to protect that tree. Then we had a question about Town Street. We did follow up. I was able to confirm with our Public Works Director. We did follow up on a study of traffic on Town Street, and our director will be communicating that information to the residents. I did want to just double down on my thanks to staff and everyone working on active transportation in the city. I neglected to mention the grant success that our team has had, which has allowed us to really move forward quickly. Thank you again for that work. I was out with our staff this morning on an issue related to safety issues created by condensed parking and large vehicles in an area where there's a lot of people walking around. So really proud of that continued work, and thank you for the dedication to that topic in particular. It just so happened while I was out there with a resident and staff looking at some parking and safety issues, another constituent walked by who has just been effusive in her gratitude to Evis Torres. I thought she was around the corner there, so I wanted to say thanks to her for all of her diligence in responding to resident requests as soon as possible. I only hear positive feedback from engagement with Ms. Torres. One quick item from that was elevated to me from an arts commissioner. The Arts Commission recently awarded grants for community members. I think we had about $20,000 in grants for community-driven events. The question that came up was whether the city could waive fees for grant-funded projects that require event fees, which seemed like a reasonable consideration. I know we're in a budget challenge, but if that's something that we could look into, I would appreciate that. I think it's a good idea. Otherwise, in some cases, we're using our grant money just to pay the fees to process things through the city. Support Councilmember Marr's request on code of conduct. It's something I've been thinking a lot about, especially since the last action at our last council meeting, and some of the concerns I have about how behavior outside of City Hall may come into City Hall. I think it's really, really, really important to hold a high standard for all council members, commissioners, committee members. We, a couple years ago, developed values for the city. I'd love to see those values posted up in City Hall. Oh, visible to us too. Okay, I'll look for them. And then, I think we have some code of conduct language in an old policy. I think it's ripe for updating, and just an important reminder and reference for us in terms of expected behavior at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Next up is Jeff Pettis from District 6.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And first of all, I want to say that I was invited and honored to attend the OC Japan Fair. I think it was the second annual, but it was I was surprised how neat it was to see the culture. And actually, my daughter only had to wait 20 minutes for a bowl of ramen, and it was really, really cool to see. And I hope that that continues to grow as the years go on. I'm going to try and keep it brief tonight. I had heard a lot about community engagement tonight. Cynthia McDonald, one of the kids from Soy, talked about engagement, and I have to say that's I wholeheartedly agree in that sentiment. And it's a lot of people, especially early on, even now, said, "Why the heck did you do this thing? Why are you doing it?" And to me personally, why I'm doing it is because of the individual resident and advocacy. And I think that, and by the way, more to come from me on a town hall, not town hall-ish, but I have some ideas I'm gonna come up with my particular district for engaging the public in general. But it's important to point out when things happen individually, and I'm just gonna read a couple little snippets here. What I did when I first got elected to council is I committed to responding to every single communication that is a valid one sent to me by individual residents, because I believe that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to give them a voice. And we'll call him Bobby, because that's his first name. Over at Heller Park, wanted to ask if anything can be done to the street approaching the 16th Street being the last cut through street. Not everyone knows there's a park there. 0 signs to note a city park, crosswalks on the other side of the park, no stop sign on Knox Place. The first speed bump on the 16th Street is right at the entrance of the park. No less than 30 cars a day going too fast, scraping the ground. This is where families unload their passengers, doors open, and so on. And, he had contacted me directly, and I'm going to give a special appreciation to, I don't know if he's here, I should probably know his face, Paul Martin, our Transportation Services Manager. I believe he reports to Raja. We'll call him Bobby. We wanted to provide you with an update to this request. We reviewed conditions and plan to make improvements along 16th Street, including parking restrictions, approaching the crossings, a striped crosswalk, and at the avenue intersection, striping to highlight the speed bumps and playground ahead signs. So that is all happening. City trucks were already out there surveying the area, and that was resident communicating to me going to staff and staff taking action, and I appreciate it, you guys. That's excellent. And that's what it's all about. Also, Catherine, I'm not going to read hers too long. We have not met. My name is Katie. I'm one of your constituents. I'd appreciate you speaking with you about parking enforcement during street sweeping. I understand this has been put on hold for the time being. So I talked to Katie, and so did, where is he? Where's my guy? There he is. Sergio also engaged with Katie, and she reports that several cars were parked on the street during street sweeping hours this a.m. while we were not able to have the street swept, but they were ticketed, and we are very, very appreciative at the action you and your staff has taken. So thank you, and the residents, thank you. And there'll be more advocacy from me on that end going forward. I'd like to end on a positive note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, council member. Next up from District 1, council member Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the public. And to reiterate, I'm very impressed with the Adams and Fairview young woman who's here tonight and all the Soy students who have passed on. I wish I had your level of engagement and stuck my neck out there when I was at your age. I mean, those type of character attributes are going to serve you all well going forward, and it was really great to see you here tonight. Mr. Larson, nice to meet you in person. And I appreciate doing my best to assist you on that. I know you communicated with me that evening. In the morning, I drove by. I walk by your house on a regular basis with my dogs out there, and it's a beautiful tree and a beautiful collection of trees at that end of the street. And as you know, we reached out to city manager, city staff, public works. I got on it that morning, actually, because it did look like the road repair guys were coming. They were like half a block away. I'd been assured, and I appreciate staff being very responsive. Mr. Larson reached out to me, and I was concerned and needed to get an answer right away, and within hours, effectively, from me getting your email and getting into it. And thank you for your service. My uncle's a Vietnam vet, and I appreciate that. I was assured that, and it makes sense to me, that it's not staff, it's not city's default position. If there's a tree in the way, knock it down. It's like it's the last resort. But I'm going to ask staff to try to take another look out there. Let's send the arborists out there and take a good hard look before we make that final decision. Some comments that I wanted to make. I've been busy again between the last 2 weeks. I was at the OC Japan Festival. It was amazing. I had an opportunity to do a few other things, and I attended my first 5-pack session as a liaison this week. And I get, again, and it's kind of reiterate a theme that I've been hearing from a lot of the audience tonight, and it's as I've been figuring things out around here. We've got a lot of talented, engaged, passionate individuals that are part of our committees. And, you know, as I came into public office, I'm elected to be a voice of my constituents. It seems like one of our primary jobs up here is we go through this budget process and we come up with broad policies, and none of us can get granular and implement these policies, and that's where we hand off to the city manager and staff, and they try to implement our broad policies. But a key aspect that's occurred to me, and it probably is common to everybody, or possibly not, is that to get the voice of the people engaged and involved in this governance process, it's at the committee level. And when I go to 5-pack and I see the quality of the individuals there, I see the active transportation committee get up here tonight and put on an amazing presentation. I hear the passion and the engagement in the Fairview Park Committee. And I want us to move in that direction. And I know at our 5-pack meeting, we concluded that meeting with that we're going to, staff is going to work with 5-pack, give us some more alternatives and some more options. The topic that night was the CIP projects to potentially be deferred for to assist in this budget shortfall we have for the 24-25 session. And then we started to look at potential deferrals of other CIP projects, 25-26. I thought it was a thoughtful, engaging exchange, and I think the conclusion was we thought it was possibly going to be a little premature to start asking 5-pack or staff or even council to start evaluating which potential CIP projects for the 25-26 we should consider before we've had an opportunity to look at the balance of the budget and what 25-26 is going to look like. But those types of things, and I think as a city, as a council, as a staff, if we're going to have community members volunteer substantial amounts of their time, a lot of them are very credentialed, have a lot of experience, and I do want to disavow, there's some public comment that staff may be playing us. Who knows, maybe you are. I doubt that. I think you guys are sincerely doing your job. I only ask that up here as a city council member, it goes through staff, goes through some committees. My sense is that staff presents to us when we get the agenda out your best information, your best recommendation, and I'm left up here to vote thumbs up, thumbs down. I would like as much possible information, as much possible alternatives, inclusive of what members of my community have suggested. And granted, you may have considered it, and it may not have, so you haven't commented on it in the report, but I'd like to know what members of the community proposed and what was considered. So when I do make my thumbs up, thumbs down vote, I'm more fully informed. One other comment onto things that I've done over the week. I shout out to Mayor Stevens, and I'm glad Mr. Larson's here. Hopefully you can take back to District 1 that Bewley doesn't sleep on the weekends. We have the added benefit of Mayor Stevens being on the OCTA, and there was an issue that directly impacted District 1. He reached out to me. I reached out to a number of constituents, and because I've used up a lot of time, I trust that maybe Mayor Stevens will comment on it. But the fact that he reached out to me, got me engaged, gave me an opportunity to reach out to a number of my constituents, and we moved the ball forward on this particular issue. And that's how I think good governance can work, and that's where I feel like I'm being of use to my constituents. So I think that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Member. Next up from District 2 is Council Member Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to take a brief moment. I want to recognize Jasmine Vega for receiving the City Manager's Award. She's in accounting. Just wanted to take a moment to do that. I also want to congratulate Sergio Escobar on his recent Leadership Award. I do want to take a moment and say that every time I reach out to Sergio, he's always there. If I have to do footwork and go meet constituents, he's right there with me. He's been a great help. And I have to say, I would not have been able to do my civic duty to its full extent if it wasn't for him. So he's very deserving of that, and I just wanted to make sure I recognize him for that. I want to conclude with a couple of things. So I've met with the kids from Soy and gone over career planning with them, and I had such a great experience doing that. I want the constituents to know that these kids from Soy are extremely ready to receive any kind of mentorship that you as constituents can offer them. They're like sponges. If you want to go there and offer your services to them, whatever they are, reach out. It's one of the best things I've ever done. It was extremely rewarding. We had very engaging conversation about future and careers and what they can do to better themselves. And me as a community leader and as a mentor, I really felt good about having the chance to sit with them and engage one-on-one. And finally, I know I say this often, but I want to repeat. I'm here for my residents. I'm here for the constituents. And I certainly do not want anyone to feel that the city of Costa Mesa hates them. And when I hear words like that, it's very troubling, because I know for me, I've given out my phone number publicly several times. I've reached out and done footwork and met with constituents out on the street, some of them in front of their house, some of them in front of my house. So if there's something that I can engage on anyone with, and it's not just my district, it's our city, right? It's your city, I'm here to represent it, reach out to me. I'm more than happy to engage with whatever needs to be done. You can get a hold of constituent services, you can call me directly, you can get a hold of me any way you like, and I'll do my best to try and answer your questions and work with you any way that I can. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez from District 4, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I love seeing all the public comments from everyone today. It's always good to have feedback, critiques, areas of improvement, all the above. I want to reiterate the Soy students themselves chose the topic of homelessness. They themselves chose the topic of doing a blanket drive. And it does bring me a lot of joy seeing the students in my community, because Soy's in my district, kind of come forth with their ideas of how they can make their small change in a big issue they care about. So for those that want to donate blankets, just to reiterate what they said, it will be next week from the 21st to 25th at Save Our Youth. They're going to be taking blankets, lightly used or new, and then they'll give that to the bridge shelter. So with that, 4 quick updates, 3 community comments, and then 1 request. I want to acknowledge that this is Public Safety Dispatcher Week. We often talk about our public safety being our officers and our firefighters, but it also includes the folks answering the phone calls during our difficult times. When we're calling 911, it's never usually for a good reason. Something is going wrong in our lives, and each and every time we get a dispatch, we get a calm voice walking us through what we need to do. So I just want to say thank you to those workers in Costa Mesa. They are employed by Costa Mesa. They're a great part of our team, and thank them for keeping us safe. I joined Mayor Stevens at the Australia Awards this past Saturday. It's the Orange County Chamber of Commerce, Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce event held in Anaheim, and it was great seeing a lot of successful stuff being celebrated. One thing I'll highlight is one of the recipients was the Simon Scholar Foundation, and there's a lot of kids in our community that are Simon Scholars. So thank you for them for all their work. I also joined the mayor and members Bewley and Pettis at the OC Japan Fair. Great to celebrate multiculturalism. And finally, I want to just quickly thank the Vista Harbor Center for repaving the back alley that a lot of folks were talking about needing improvement. I actually had a town hall with residents that live on Center Street that abut the alleyway, and they were super appreciative of the city staff for pushing that issue onto the center for actually fixing the problem. And I think that's how we can best use our voice in the community, right? Is using our levers, however they may be, it be public comment, one-on-one meetings, committee meetings, to advocate for our community needs. And I'm really appreciative of residents for doing that. For public comments, I too want to keep the tree if possible. It's a very beautiful tree. I wanted to look at Adams and Fairview to see if there's anything awry there that we can improve with more patrolling or whatnot. And I am open to doing more town halls officially. I know in the past we've asked for them, and I know COVID kind of messed it up, but I've always wanted to do a cafe in the morning, so happy to do that moving forward. And for my request for city staff, once again, I want to just ask that we agendize a conversation on TNR. I know we have interpretations on city level that we don't need to have a discussion about that, but I think having one to the public would be really helpful to clarify what we can and can't do and see if we need to tweak the ordinance in any way possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, there we go. All right, thank you. I've got a number of things, but I'll try to be quick. Regarding town halls, yeah, let's do some town halls. But I will say that it's not like, I can't remember, it's my 9th year, I can't remember ever doing like a general town hall, but I'm certainly open to it. Usually our meetings, our public meetings center around something specific, like we've had the Meet the Chief has gone into every district for the police chief, the fire chief, and our emergency experts and the police chief just recently did a fire preparedness town hall. And then, of course, on almost every capital improvement project, we have a town hall. Most notably, the recent one has to do with the skate park, where we had over 100 people. And things come up all the time. Like a couple weeks ago, we approved the Jamboree project, and we had a major meeting with the folks that might be affected by the Jamboree project. So by not having a general town hall doesn't mean we're not out there trying to engage people, but I think it's a good idea, worthy idea. I remember my very first thing I did when I was a council member, Chief Stefano was there. It was, I'm weird, I remember the date. It was February 9th, 2017. And right in this room, before it was renovated, I had a town hall on fireworks. And the major thing that happened out of that town hall, there were a lot of people there. Some people liked fireworks, some people didn't like fireworks. But the main takeaway was the July 3rd event that we have on Mayor Pro Tem Chavez's birthday. And so this is my first plug for that event. We're having it this year, July 3rd, Mayor Chavez Day, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez Day. Mr. Larson, yes, we're a tree city, so we should be, in that vein, looking to, that's a beautiful tree you have. On the tree, I'm interested in, and we don't need to necessarily do it in response to my comments, but to definitely inform Mr. Larson, and then I'd be interested in what is the appeal process, because I know, Mr. Larson, and for the public, the Supreme Court of Trees in Costa Mesa is the PACS Commission, and so we don't get involved in those decisions. So I know actually not very much about trees, other than it's a tree city and I like trees. The Soy Kids, unbelievable. It's great that they're involved and engaged and they're part of this leadership program. And I'm going to call out Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to say he does a wonderful job, and Luis Aliman, who was here. They do a wonderful job helping those students learn about citizenship and learn about poise and preparation, and it's great that they were here. So thank you for your leadership and your mentorship, Mayor Pro Tem. On the Arts Commission, a member of the public said that there's a difference in the description between the Arts Commission, what was on the website before and what's on the website now. I would like somebody to report to me about that, not now, not during the meeting, but after the meeting, about whether there was a change and how did that come about, if there was a change. The FIPAC committee, as Councilmember Bewley said, met and made some recommendations that are going to come to the council pertaining to our cuts that we need to make to certain projects to balance our $3.5 million shortfall in the 24-25 budget. And so I appreciate their work on that. And then it never ends with them. You know, I will say that when you're on the council, mayor or whatever, it's a 24/7 job. And so I met with the chair and the vice chair of the FIPAC on Sunday afternoon during the final round of the Masters. And so it never ends. But we had a really good meeting, and they're very engaged, and I appreciate the work that they do, both in the committee and outside the committee, to help me and inform me. Then finally, I do want to give a little bit of a longer presentation about what exactly happened that Councilmember Bewley was mentioning. So I'm on the OCTA board, and we've been working literally the city of Costa Mesa since 1991 to remove the Geisler Bridge from the master plan of arterial highways. And so in 2006, we set up an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, and Costa Mesa. Director Setharaman has been really great about following up on that and doing all the technical follow-up. And we were so close to getting the Geisler Bridge taken off the master plan of arterial highways. It had passed my committee, where I'm the vice chair, the Regional Transportation Committee, and was ready to go. And at the last minute, Fountain Valley pulled their consent. Okay, so then I had to, we had to kind of figure out what we were going to do, and as I said, Director Setharaman was great. He went and spoke at 9 a.m. on a Monday. We had Supervisor Foley that was engaged, Councilmember Bewley that was engaged. Our CMTV team put together a drone video of Geisler. It was a total team effort. And not only that, we had people from the community that came at 9 a.m., and I want to briefly call them out. 9 a.m. on Monday. Ralph Tabota was there. David Martinez, who's a planning commissioner. Staffen Ackerston was there, and also Chris Burton at the request of Councilmember Bewley. So thank you for everything. The update on that is we didn't get it taken off at the Monday meeting, but they agreed to continue it for 30 days. And so I may be engaging other people about that if Fountain Valley doesn't reinstate their approval. So that's where we're at. And thank you for all the team effort from everybody on that. It meant a lot to me, and it's a very important thing that people in Costa Mesa have been working on for 30 some odd years. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager, Farrell Harrison, for her report.
Thank you, Mayor. For the sake of time, I'm going to pass on making any comments. Thank you.
All right. City Attorney Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything this evening.
Okay, now we move on to the consent calendar. Everything in the consent calendar will be voted on, acted upon in one motion unless items are pulled. Councilmember Gonamaros needs to abstain from number 3 on the consent calendar. Members of the public have pulled number 5, so we're going to hear that separately. Can I get a motion on the balance?
Move to approve.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Second.
Oh, second by Councilmember Marr. Let's.
1 minute, please. Let me clear the motions.
Just technology. We got it?
There we go.
Okay, ready? Call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please, and Councilmember Bewley.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, you're good, Councilmember.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, good stuff. Now, on consent calendar item number 3,
Or 5.
sorry, number 5 rather, I see staff is here. Do we need a staff report or can we just open it up to the public?
We can open it up to
Let's
the
just
public
open it
if
up
you'd
to the
like.
public.
Okay, I'll read the title. It is the 2024-2015-2035 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
Okay, yes, you have the floor.
Through the mayor, we're facing a structural budget deficit, and I think the city council would benefit from the definition of what a structural budget deficit is. A structural budget deficit occurs when government expenditures exceed revenues, right? This type of deficit reflects a fundamental imbalance in the government's fiscal policy, indicating the current level of spending is unsustainable regardless of economic conditions. Now let's use that to look through that as a lens as we establish budgetary spending decisions. Remember that it's the math, this side of the math equation we're solving for is on spending. Every budget item must be scrutinized on a scale balancing one against the other. Roads and potholes on one side, hiring multiple consultants to comply with SB 1000 and many other state unfunded mandates. SB 1000 is a Trojan horse that wreaks havoc on a budget with unfunded mandates and scope creep. That's when the state says you must do this and you shall do it by date specific, but fails to provide any funding mechanism to do the work. Although the city has added 100 FTEs in the last 5 years, we continue to see the parade of consultants, very expensive ones, associated with budget requirements. Remember, staff's recommendation has been not to cut the consultants. The only thing on the chopping block has been the CIP, and that's the basic role of government. It's also looking at deferring the maintenance and to steal from the pothole fund. I encourage you to vote no on this consent item. Again, to define, consent refers to the agreement or permission given by an individual for something to happen for another person to take a specific action. You are consenting to put unfunded mandates ahead of the basic role of government. Please direct staff to come back with a report that scrubs many of these requirements, as we simply cannot afford this. And lastly, I just wanted to make a plug to revisit becoming a charter city where local control, partnering with the League of Cities, allows Costa Mesa to manage our destiny and better address these policy and options decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening again, Cynthia McDonald. So the purpose of this report is to inform the state how well we're doing with implementing our goals and policies in the general plan. It's also an indication of how well the city's doing on following state law covering general plans. So the report indicates that the city will incorporate environmental equity language into the safety element. However, Senate Bill 1000, passed in 2016, requires jurisdictions with disadvantaged communities to either adopt an environmental justice element into the general plan or put language into other elements covering pollution exposure and air quality, public facilities, healthy foods, safe housing, physical activities, community engagement, improvements programs targeted specifically at EJ communities. Now, it appears those items will not be included in any other element of the general plan. But by law, the city is going to have to address those topics at some point. Back in 2013, when the city started its last update of the general plan, I requested that the city put a health element into the general plan, as many jurisdictions do. Our active transportation plan incorporated some of the goals and objectives and policies to that end, but it's still lacking. In addition, other policies the city has made makes it impossible to affirmatively state that the city is attempting to implement its goals, etc. Study after study has shown that being outdoors improves our health, not only the physical health, but the mental and cognitive health. It improves social interaction and community involvement. The biggest impediment we have is the lack of sanitary facilities in our parks. I don't use my local park because it doesn't have a restroom. I don't think many others use it either because there's no reservations for birthday parties. I tried another nearby park, but those restrooms had been removed too. I watched the recent Arts Commission meeting and I was upset to learn that one of the grantees had to pay what amounted to the cost of its grant in order to bring porta potties for its event in Canyon Park. The fact that this nonprofit group had to pay for a facility that the city should be providing for a free event for residents is despicable. If the city says it's satisfying the goals of the general plan, it needs to come with a footnote that it is also impeding them. The city is doing an assessment of its facilities to keep ahead of aging infrastructure that will need repairs or replacement. You need to add in missing or removed restrooms in parks so we can make certain this amenity is useful to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613? You have the floor.
Hello, I'm not sure how this relates, but I'm pretty sure the city wants to make sure that they're not having people involved that mock people's disabilities in this. Because if they do, this is really bad. Now, I believe someone just got appointed that mocks people's disabilities, and we can find recent, actually old emails of this, and there might be new videos of this as well. So hopefully this person that just got appointed steps down in disgrace. Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right, I'll move to approve the item.
Second.
Okay, my only thing I have to say is I agree. I've got a long history of being pro potty, so I like that, and you know that's true, Ms. McDonald. So, and I've got the scars to prove it. So we got a second by Chavez. If no one else has a comment. Yes.
I'd like to speak in.
Of course.
Councilmember
course.
Pettis would like to speak as well.
Yes, of course.
So I would like to ask if staff can look into a couple of things regarding the use of restrooms in parks. One of them happens to be my park. It's, I don't want to call it a pocket park, but it's a very narrow-banded park. It's called Paularino Park. There used to be restrooms there. They were removed. I don't know under what conditions they were removed and why, but I'd like to have that addressed and figure out what's going on with that. And secondarily, I know that we do have several events that take place. I would like staff to look into the implementation of either a purchase or a rental of a mobile trailer that has restrooms that can be dropped off at events that we're going to have, so that these nonprofit organizations and whatever we have going on for whatever reason can have a trailer with restrooms, and they have a little wash area, and it could be a double axle trailer with, 4, 6, or 8, however many restrooms. I'm not quite sure what we would need to do, but I think it would be something that could easily pay for itself, as it could be a traveling restroom for use for all of the activities that we have. And that would just be kind of a fix for now, and maybe we could drop it off at parks when we know we're having busy times at parks that don't have restrooms. So I would like to make that ask, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's great. I love potties. Yes. Councilmember Pettis.
Yes, I had a question for staff on the, best I can tell, that the consultant contract for the environmental piece, this is not making a judgment on the environment, because I think it's our responsibility to be good stewards of the environment. But is it a $500,000 contract from DUDAC? Was that money spent to satisfy SB 1000? And thirdly, do we have the option to terminate that if we decided to?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Pettis. Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager. So the contract that was approved for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan only covers that plan. SB 1000 requires environmental justice policies to be identified, adopted, and revisited when the city touches 2 or more elements of its general plan. So What we identified was doing the environmental justice policies concurrently with the climate action and adaptation plan, because we know we're going to very likely touch 2 or more elements of the general plan, and then that would kick in that state requirement to do environmental justice policies. It is not in the scope of the consultant to conduct that, but what we identified was that staff would be doing it concurrently. It's not very clear in the general plan report that that's the case, because when we report every year to the state, what they really want to know is what we're doing and when we're going to do it. They're less concerned about how we're going to pay for it or staff it. But the anticipation is that we would do it within our existing staffing capacity.
So the 500,000 was not for, it was not.
Correct, yeah, it is only for the climate action and adaptation plan.
And could that be terminated if we chose?
Oh, if the city made the decision to terminate the contract? I mean, I'll look to the city attorney to provide more information on that, but yeah, the city could make the decision to terminate the contract.
Mr. Mayor, we do typically include a provision allowing the city to terminate. We would have to pay for whatever work has already been performed.
Do we know what that is? What work they've done so far?
Yeah, I don't have a dollar figure off the top of my head, but we have kicked off the process in December of last year. They're preparing for their first outreach event that will happen on Earth Day in a couple of weeks. And so there's already been a good amount of efforts that have happened.
Okay, and
on the contract.
The reason I'm asking is when I'm thinking about essential services versus deferring CIP budgets, at some point, it's like if I was looking at it, would I simply have the choice to use that money to not defer a CIP budget item that was being deferred? So those are questions I would have on something like this when it comes to that kind of money spent and what we're doing with it. I think infrastructure is a primary responsibility for us at the city. So thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, just a quick note on the bathroom discussion. In response to an earlier council discussion about CIPs going forward, our Parks and Community Services Commission, led by the chair who's in the audience tonight, has worked with our Director of Parks and Community Services. They are embarking on developing a framework to make recommendations for parks-related CIP projects. Which I'm really excited to see the outcome of that process. But I think that's a really good place to have the bathrooms in parks conversation.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes, of course. Councilmember Bewley.
You guys talked for so long and gave me an opportunity to think here a little bit. But all good questions. Just for clarification, and partly for mine, partly for the public, this report is primarily like a ministerial report required by the state.
Yeah, that's correct.
And it's a backward-looking document. It's not proposing expenditures and expenses and budgeting going forward. It's looking back to what where we've spent, what we've done, how we've complied with various state mandates and programs for the 24-25 year, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, it's good, as we're heading into the 25-26 budgeting process, to maybe use this as a guidepost to where we've been and help us generate good questions as for going forward. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. All right, that's it. I just want to make sure that I understood and it made sense why it was on the consent calendar. Thanks.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Can we call for the question? Let's do it.
Mayor Stevens, please.
Oh, trying.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Pettis voting no.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at, let's just be back at 8:30. All right, everybody, we're back on the record at 8:30. We made it all the way through the consent calendar, and we're ready for public hearing number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit to operate a retail cannabis storefront business with delivery located at 1912 Harbor Boulevard for Green Mart in the local business district. Staff presentation by Mr. Drapkin, Assistant Development Services Director.
All right, good. So the first thing we got to do is call for ex parte communications. Let's go to my right. Let's start at District 6, Councilmember Pettis, and just identify whether you've spoken to either the applicant or the appellant with respect to this matter. Have you spoken to the applicant or the appellant?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. No,
Nothing to report? Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
I'm trying to remember the last time I did. Not in a long time. I think the last conversation was around the timing of the review of the cannabis ordinance.
I've spoken to both applicant and appellant.
I've spoken to both the applicant and the appellant extensively.
I've had no.
Councilmember Marr?
I've spoken to the appellant, or excuse me, I've spoken to the applicant. Thank you.
I've had no communications with applicant or appellant.
The applicant called me, and we had a very brief conversation. I didn't have any information for him at the time, and I said I would review it on the day of the meeting.
Okay, we made it that far. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a staff presentation, and then the appellant's gonna do a presentation, then the applicant's gonna do a presentation. The appellant and the applicant have been told that they got 15 minutes, so they'll be on the clock. And then we're gonna open it up for public comments. Then the council can ask questions. Sorry, hold on a second. Let's switch that around a little bit. After the applicant's presentation, the council can ask comments. Then we're gonna open it up to the public. And then we'll have an opportunity for rebuttals, very brief rebuttals, just rebutting things that were said by either the appellant or the applicant. And then we'll close public comment and we'll get a motion on the table. So with that, staff, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Tonight, the item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a conditional use permit for a retail cannabis storefront with delivery. As a short summary, the city has approved now 26 cannabis retail storefronts. Currently, 13 of those storefronts are operating, and the other 13 are either in construction or building plan check. As you can see on the map in front of you, the dots in green are the open storefronts that are currently operating, and then the dots in purple are the other stores that have been approved but not operating at this time. This slide shows generally the city's cannabis permitting review process. The applicant successfully completed the pre-application review, then submitted the cannabis permit application, which includes a professionally prepared security plan, and now has submitted the CUP application, and it's been reviewed by the Planning Commission. If the CUP is approved tonight, the next step would be for building plan check review. The proposed storefront is surrounded by similar other commercial zoning districts and other commercially zoned properties. The proposed storefront would be located in the former King of Barbecue building, which is the previous tenant. The adjacent uses include a dentistry, food and beverage, market and deli, massage, cell phone retail, dog grooming, retail flooring, and salons. This is the operations in the center. This is a recent photo of the current building conditions as seen from Harbor Boulevard. This is a photo of the current front of the building as well, along with the lower photo being a photo of the rear of the building and the public alley. This slide shows the proposed improvements to the front of the building facade. It's the conceptual elevations that were submitted with the application. The applicant also proposes to restripe the parking lot, add landscape planters, reconstruct the drive approach to be consistent with the public works requirements, and add a bicycle rack. If the CUP is approved, the architect will submit further plans for building plan check review. This slide shows the site plan and shared parking arrangement with the rest of the shopping center. The previous and proposed use at 1912 Harbor Boulevard are both retail and subject to the same parking ratio requirement, which is 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. So there's no change in parking demand or intensity. In addition, this project is part of the Assembly Bill 2097 area, which is a state exemption and requires local agencies to not require parking. So this project is exempt for the requirement of parking. This slide shows the floor plan that's proposed for the new cannabis storefront. Similar to all the city's cannabis storefronts, these projects are subject to numerous standard conditions of approval to prevent issues with site security, odor, restrictions on age, and compliance with all state and local regulations. As with all CUPs, this project is also subject to site-specific conditions of approval, such as adding landscape planters and bike racks, signage to prevent loitering and noise, and requiring regular storefront staff to monitor the parking lot. In addition to the standard operating conditions of approval and the specific site conditional requirements, the CUP was also approved by the Planning Commission with conditions that allow the city to re-review the use and operations if any time in the future the operations are found not to be in compliance with the original approval or the operations are creating a nuisance. These conditions allow the city to revise the operation standards for the use and even allow for the potential revocation of the use consideration. As with all CUPs, the Planning Commission made certain project-required findings in compliance with the city's conditional use permit requirements. Specifically, these findings require that the city consider and evaluate if the project is compatible with development in the area, if the use will be detrimental to the public health and safety interests and injurious to adjacent properties, and lastly, if the use is compatible in density and intensity with the general plan permitted site and use and land use. The Planning Commission ultimately decided that the use was consistent with the general plan and made the CUP findings. The cannabis storefront was conditionally approved by the Planning Commission in February of this year. The commission added a specific condition to make sure that the site parking and access would not conflict with the proposed bicycle rack location. The Planning Commission approval was later appealed by the adjacent property owner. The property owner's concerns included concerns with the proposed plans, proposed architectural design, potential parking and circulation impacts, operational issues such as loading and unloading, safety and odor, enforcement of storefront operating conditions, and the applicant's character. The appeal requires review of a de novo hearing, which allows the City Council to generally revisit all aspects of the application and make an independent new decision. And this concludes staff's presentation, and staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution to find that the project is category exempt from the Environmental Quality Act and uphold the planning decision and approve the application. Staff is available to answer any questions, and like the mayor mentioned, that both this appellant and the applicant are here to provide further presentations of the project.
Okay. Let's hear from the appellant and then the applicant, and then we'll do questions.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Stevens and members of the City Council. My name is Kendra Carney-Mayer, and I represent VMA Harbor Place Holding Company, owned by Jane Flynn, and who's here tonight, along with her property manager, Jill Welton, and its business tenants, who are directly adjacent to the proposed Green Mart cannabis retail storefront, which is proposed to be located at 1912 Harbor Boulevard.
Excuse me for a second. I just want to make sure if you have a PowerPoint, it's up.
It appears to be up.
Yeah, just got up. Okay,
Okay,
go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. We are appealing the Planning Commission's February 24th, 2025 approval of PCUP 24-0011 and respectfully request that the City Council deny this application. Personally, as a former city attorney myself, I greatly appreciate your time and consideration of this matter. Getting right into the purpose of our appeal, our opposition is based on 3 critical concerns, and I'd like to note too that these were not all raised at the Planning Commission. We've had a little more time to dig into this than the notice we were allotted before that hearing. The first is that this proposed location does not appear to conform to the zoning standards established by Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-200-93E1. Additionally, there's an incompatibility with the surrounding uses. The site is unsuitable. This is one of very few, if not the only, proposed or operating location that includes a shared common wall between buildings owned by independent landlords. The proposed site is narrow and squished between these two adjacent buildings, which creates security concerns for the surrounding property. And I'll go into more detail on both of those notes later. And then, as we have previously highlighted, the applicant has a documented pattern of regulatory violations, which is also concerning for safety. For all of these reasons, the proposed use is not consistent with the general plan. A compatible and harmonious relationship does not exist between the proposed use and the existing buildings, site development, and uses on surrounding properties. A denial is necessary here due to the direct contradiction to the city's zoning standards and to protect existing stabilized neighborhoods from the encroachment of incompatible or potentially disruptive land uses. So on this slide that's currently being shown, my client, the appellant, owns Harbor Place Center. You can see pictures from both looking south down Harbor Boulevard and then at the corner of Harbor and 19th. Harbor Place consists of 1902 units both A and B, 1904 and 1906 Harbor Boulevard, and 440 through 446 West 19th Street. Harbor Place includes family-operated restaurant Il Dolce, Cinderella Cakes, a Thai bistro, boba tea bar, and a wholesale nutrition center. Going to the next slide, please. Slide 4 shows 1912 Harbor Boulevard, the proposed location for Green Mart Cannabis Dispensary and Delivery Store, which the applicant has described as having a convenience store feel on the interior. And here, similar to what staff showed, there's a view from the front and then 2 views from the back. The lower left photo, you can see clearly this from the back side, the shared wall that then abuts my client's property. In the next slide, slide 5, you can see a section of the city's zoning map. Harbor Place and 1912 Harbor Boulevard are shown in sort of the salmon color, the small strip at the closer to the bottom, and they're zoned C1, Local Business District. These sites are located on Harbor Boulevard, a primary commercial corridor. The site itself is not suitable for the development of a storefront retail cannabis facility. One of the reasons here is that you can also see on this slide the blue shaded residential development. That is Blue Soul Apartments. This residential development, consisting of about 140 units, is located in the planned development commercial zone. Although these are residences, the city's cannabis ordinance does not automatically protect all residences with a buffer from cannabis storefronts. Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-200.93E1, and I think this is on slide 7, provides that no cannabis retail storefront use shall be located within 250 feet of a property zoned for residential use. The following subsection, subsection A, provides a list of zones that are to be considered zoned for residential use. This zone does not include planned development commercial zone that is shaded in blue. And the language is provided for you on slide 7 again. However, subsection B provides an exception that happens to apply here. The Blue Soul apartments were developed pursuant to a qualifying plan adopted by the city in 2004. This plan was amended in 2012 to allow for additional residential apartments. Although it is located in the planned development commercial zone, the apartments at 421 Bernard, immediately across the rear alleyway from the proposed use, are a qualifying residential use in accordance with section 13-200.93. If you turn back to slide 6, you can see that the distance from parcel to parcel is approximately 30 feet. And even if you're generous and you measure from the proposed dispensary to the next visible apartment structure on that parcel, the distance is still only about 182 feet, well short of the 250-foot separation required. The code prohibits the proposed use at 1912 Harbor Boulevard. Similarly, in slide 8, you can see also that First Methodist Church, which is south of the apartment buildings and immediately behind the proposed use. Sorry, you can see the back parking lot of the church in this picture. Personally, when I was visiting the property just last week, I spoke to the operators of a youth camp operating in the parking lot of the church that's designed to teach children to ride bikes. The week before that, the church parking lot was leased to another youth camp program to keep kids active while on spring break. All of this takes place in the church parking lot. Section 13-200.93 prohibits cannabis storefronts from locating within 1,000 feet of a youth center. A youth center is defined in Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 9-485 as a public or private facility primarily used to host recreation or social activities for minors. Apart from the parking lot leases for youth camps, the church is only open on Sundays. For this reason, additionally, the cannabis site is prohibited at 1912 Harbor Boulevard. Additionally, the site presents unique conditions that differ from all other operating cannabis uses in the city and quite possibly the others on the list. If you could switch to the next slide, please. Thank you. As suggested earlier, this site is narrow and attached to the surrounding off-site properties, which increase the potential for nuisances, including exposure to toxic and flammable materials. And as we saw in the pictures in slides 3 and 4 previously, and as you can see in this image on the current slide, there's a shared wall between the my client's property, the 1902 building on Harbor Boulevard, and 1912 Harbor Boulevard. The site also has limited parking and vehicular circulation. In fact, in 2012, the city found that this my client's property was incompatible with its surrounding uses for a 7-Eleven convenience store, in part because of poor parking circulation required for a convenience store. As conditioned, also, the site has no rear access, which further restricts parking and circulation. And the fact that the unit is again sandwiched between 2 other buildings means it is not possible for a security guard to easily or rapidly pass from the front or interior of the store to the rear alley. They are conditioned not to allow rear access. A guard would have to circle around the entire length of the units to the north to enter the alley, or circle down to the sidewalk and enter the alley from 19th Street to the south. There is no way to quickly access or even view the front and back of the proposed property. And there are no identified safety measures in the existing conditions, only potential safety measures. As a result, the council should not find that the proposed use is substantially compatible with developments in the same general area. The proposed use at this location does not meet the city's own zoning standards, and the use would be materially detrimental to other properties within the area and to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, and potentially injurious to the property within the immediate area. Apart from these important and foundational land use issues, the applicant, Keith Steinberg, has a documented pattern of flagrantly violating municipal regulations as evidenced by official court and government records. That has been included as part of the record, though, and I think it is important to focus on the land use decisions, although I also think it is more important that you hear from the property owner and property manager as longstanding operators in the Costa Mesa community.
Good evening. My name is Jane Flynn, and I am the president of Flynn West, which is the property manager of the adjacent property located at the corner of Harbor and 19th. Additionally, I am the owner of the property that I just described and referred to earlier in the presentation as Harbor Place. I have firsthand experience with Mr. Keith Scheinberg, the manager of RDK Holdings, who is the applicant. I would like to convey to the council Mr. Scheinberg's complete disregard for following city rules, guidelines, and regulations. It is a huge coincidence, but a very similar scenario. As with this property, I was an adjacent property owner and resident in a residential unit with a shared wall, 2 different landlords, one being me, and then one other owner who submitted letters to the Planning Commission and City Council. You should have those. Mr. Scheinberg posed as a residential tenant in order to lease the unit. He instead utilized as an unpermitted nightclub and adult filming studio. He mockingly brags about this in a self-posted video, and portions of the transcript are included in slide 13. I witnessed and lived through the grossly incompatible and illegal use firsthand. It had a significant negative impact on the surrounding neighbors and community. And I have seen video evidence that he is continuing a similar use in Costa Mesa today. As a longtime property owner and business operator, I pride myself on maintaining the property. I am respectfully requesting tonight that the council deny the CUP, not because I am confident it is only a matter of time until Costa Mesa finds itself in a battle to remove an unruly and unlawful use, or because history shows a clear pattern of the applicant's disregard for local regulations, but because you as council have already determined this is an incompatible use. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jill Welton, and I am the Director of Leasing and Property Management for Flynn West. As discussed, our retail center is located right next door to the proposed cannabis dispensary. There is no parking lot in between or other structural division indicating a separate project. I am here to express to the council our strong opposition to this use and to the CUP that has been approved by the Planning Commission for this location. This location is unique in that the proposed dispensary shares a wall with our property with no separation in between. We have physically visited all of the locations of cannabis retail stores in Costa Mesa that are currently open for business, and they appear to be either standalone buildings with no shared walls, or they are located within a single ownership retail center. Our property is very different in this way, and we feel the close proximity will directly impact our existing tenants. Secondly, we currently have a vacant space that we are actively marketing in our center that is adjacent to the proposed dispensary, and we have lost potential tenants when we have disclosed that a dispensary is currently seeking approval for this location. Another major concern that we have is the lack of maintenance of the adjacent project. As shown in the photos that we have shared today, we maintain our property in a first-class manner. Our property is located on a prominent corner in Costa Mesa, and we take a lot of pride in how we manage this property and how it is maintained. The neighboring property has significant deferred maintenance, has not been updated or renovated in decades, and the owner does not appear concerned with the day-to-day challenges involved with this location, such as homeless activity and encampments that we have worked diligently with the City of Costa Mesa to combat and remove. The applicant, Mr. Scheinberg, has leased the proposed location for at least 4 years. Neither he nor the property owner take responsibility for having homeless people escorted off the property when loitering behind in the shared alleyway. In fact, it is either Flynn West or our tenants that contact the City of Costa Mesa Police Department for assistance in these matters. And we routinely pay a day porter to clean up trash and debris from the adjacent property. We believe the dilapidated appearance of the property over the last 4 years is reflective of Mr. Scheinberg's commitment to the community, and we strongly encourage the City Council to deny this incompatible use. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
And just to briefly wrap up again, based on all of the foregoing, we believe the City Council cannot make the findings required to approve this proposed use, primarily due to land use constraints. The site violates the location criteria required by Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-200.93E1 and E1B in that the site is within 1,000 feet of a youth center and 250 feet from a property zoned for residential uses. And the site is unsuitable for the development of a storefront retail cannabis facility because of its unique physical attributes. We respectfully request that the City Council deny conditional use permit PCUP 24-0011, and we thank you for your consideration of this important matter affecting the Costa Mesa community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Council. So that was a good presentation. I've been in front of this council, as you guys know, probably about 4 times, with an exception of the 2 new members. 4 years we've been waiting patiently, played by the rules, to get an opportunity to open a retail store. I'll kind of push. I'm going to respond to kind of what I have, and then I'll respond to the comments that were made in the prior presentation. I think city staff has done a great job in this. I want to give definitely kudos to Michelle and Scott and everyone for putting through the whole cannabis ordinances and pushing everyone to kind of get through this, and I appreciate that a lot. The city staff has reviewed this. They've approved it. They've recommended approval. We went to the Planning Commission. They've approved it, with conditions. This is a land use issue. There's personal history that I have with the appellant. And as you can tell, she's willing to do anything and everything, and they spend an exorbitant amount of money to try to prevent me from living life. We just never got along. I did live in a residence. I rented a residence before I bought my house in Costa Mesa while I was doing some renovation. And this was during COVID. So, I did have people over. It wasn't, she made a big deal out of everything. And it just wasn't, we never got cited. We never got, there was never issues. It was only issues because she made issues. And she would try to get us, or try to get me. I had a birthday with sparklers and a cake. She called the fire department, told them that we were lighting pyrotechnics in my house. And she saw this all on my Instagram, so they completely stalked my Instagram. The difference is, I think, they've gone out of their way to assassinate my character. I'm a licensed attorney. I'm going to go through a couple of slides here. Scott, are you in charge of that? About me, just kind of rough going back after this. But, I've been an entrepreneur for a long time. I've developed and invented numerous things that are for the recovery industry. I own a recovery lounge in the border of Costa Mesa and Newport Beach. I specialize in veterans and recovering first responders. It's all about recovery, ice baths, cryotherapy. I put together, I have a BS in biology with genetics from SDSU, law degree from Chapman. So I kind of put all those together, started a couple businesses. I'm just kind of a serial entrepreneur, I guess you'd say. Worked for Johnson & Johnson. I'm also state active duty in the California State Guard with the 40th Infantry Support Division in Los Alamitos. So just to show I want to say depravity of the appellant, I was actually on duty, on mission this weekend in Van Nuys Armory, and I get a call from a couple of my neighbors that some guy is sitting outside my house. And so they went up to this guy who apparently was a personal investigator hired by the appellant to sit outside in my neighborhood to try to get dirt on me for this meeting specifically. It really goes to show that it is willing to do anything at this point to kind of derail my life. And I hope that you guys can see through this a little bit. She definitely put a lot of money into a legal aspect of this, but which is not actually, most of it is not accurate. So I'd like to kind of go through a few things. In terms of, I'll just finish with the PI thing. So this weekend, they sent a PI to the neighborhood who went up to most of my neighbors, and I brought my neighbors here so that they can give you a firsthand account of what they actually think I am as a neighbor and as a Costa Mesa resident and homeowner for 25 plus years. I think that's probably the most important for you guys to hear from them directly. So I appreciate them kind of staying out this late to do that. There's a generational divide here. There's no pornography. I have never done pornography. I'm a licensed attorney. I'm respected in the community. The generational divide is these are Instagram pictures that she's seeing on my Instagram, or what she presented to you by the Gatsby. That's not me. That's not me. My Instagram is completely separate. I have no bearing on that Instagram whatsoever. So, when they say, I'm running a nightclub, or it just goes to an extreme and an extent that this appellant is willing to go to lie and kind of defame me at this point to try to prevent me from opening this. And it's kind of a ironic coincidence that she happens to own the commercial building next door, which, it is what it is. The other thing I would like to talk about is that this goes a little bit beyond. There's a reason why they're spending a little bit of money on this. And the appellant had hired a consultant that is in the cannabis industry. And this consultant worked for them to try to solicit information, or try to get this council to kind of champion their cause, I suppose. And this, because the cannabis attorney also represents a couple cannabis stores in Costa Mesa. So this goes beyond this, and there's a reason why this money is being put into this. So in terms of like the physical property, I believe that the city staff has gone through and deemed that this property is in accordance with code, the code and the ordinance for us to open a dispensary. The shared wall is not an actual shared wall. It's a false walkway. It's not actually wall on, building to building. So I think there's a 5 or 6 foot walkway between it that is an unpermitted alleyway, I suppose, that we're going to be kind of getting rid of and blocking off, that we won't be using. So it's not going to be wall to wall. The church, as far as I'm aware, is not considered a youth center as far as the code goes and state law. It's not a specific youth center. So in terms of the radiuses, I do feel that I know that we comply with the current ordinance on that. Convenience store concept, we're not a convenience store. You have to walk in and you have to, Scott, can you, actually, real quick, let me just finish this slide. So Michael Mars is my partner. I'm a logistics person on this. Even if she doesn't like me, she's not going to be dealing with me at all. Like, this is something that we started. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this. I've got about $500,000 invested in this project over the last 4 years, which is pretty much life savings at this point. So this is a big deal. Mike Mars, I brought on as a partner. He's very well respected in the industry. He knows everything about cannabis. He is going to be pretty much operational partner on this. So, and I reached out to the neighbors, and I saw, you saw a couple of letters from her tenants. Everyone I reached out to in our center is excited to have us there. That's why you haven't got any letters from anyone in our center. She solicited these letters from her own tenants to protest us. I just went in there, explained what we were doing, said, look, we want to be a good neighbor. We can do cross promos, stuff like that. And, she somehow got these neighbors to, I guess if my landlord said, write a letter, I'd write the letter too. So whatever. I mean, that's kind of how that works, I guess. But In terms of, next slide, Scott, please. I'd like to talk about, we already talked about the use and location. They kind of went through this a lot. Go to the slide, I think it's the last slide. So anyway, the building itself, I feel like this is all, everything that she mentioned in terms of building codes, that's all next step. That's not this step. So I'd like to talk about the CUP revocation, which, and what you put on your slide is libelous, by the way, some of the stuff that you put on there. I have never been, I do not have any criminal history whatsoever. I did not commit perjury, and that will be felt a little bit later after this, I'm sure. The fact that you actually claimed that I perjured myself is libelous. So I'd like to talk about the CUP revocation that we had in Upland for our bar. The mayor was arrested by the FBI. Katrina Foley was actually our attorney on this. The mayor had a construction company, and they wanted us to use his construction company to build our patio. We refused to do so, and he said, well, there will be consequences for that. He revoked our CUP. It was later found out by the courts that the police department, and this sounds like a Netflix show, but legit. The police department was put all of the complaints within a 1 mile radius of our restaurant into our location. So murders, carjackings, it was all under our issues for the CUP revocation. Sounds weird, but it's all Googleable. You can read it. It's all in the indictment, actually. So when he was indicted, or the FBI, mayor said, the FBI came to my partner and said, we hear the mayor has corruption issues, and we hear that, because he did this to a couple other businesses, and we want you to wear a wire and go into the mayor's office and see what he says. Mayor, literally on the wire, FBI transcript said, I pulled your CUP, and for $20,000, I'll give it back to you. This is like, it's made for a movie, but this is actually legit. And you can read it. Mayor did 2 years in federal prison for it, as well as the chief of police. So chief of police, I'm not sure did time, but he was all brought into this as well. So as much as and this was a big issue in my life that we had. I mean, imagine a whole city just as corrupt as that, taking out a business that we had it was a big deal. So that's the CUP issue. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them, but it's pretty self-explanatory, I think, by what's going on here. I think everything else, convenience store concept. We're not a convenience store concept. You have to give your ID. We're not selling sodas. These are cannabis-infused products that none of the stores in Costa Mesa have. In fact, these products not a lot of people have. They're healthy cannabis-related products that just have to be refrigerated. So that's the whole refrigeration part of this. But other than that, aside from the libelous statements that the appellant made about my character, which is just completely 100% not true. I don't even know how else to explain it, and I don't even think that it's reasonable for me to sit here and go tit for tat for that, because this has nothing to do with it. This is a land use issue. So, but like I said, I'm happy to answer questions if you have them. And yeah, I think that was it. Thank you.
Okay, so now we've heard from the staff, we've heard from the appellant, and we've heard from the applicant. And so if council has any questions of any of those, then we'll just, go by the lights. I see first light is Councilmember Gameros.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we go back to the first slide presentation? Can we start with slide 7, please? Okay, keep going, because maybe there were two and I didn't know that they switched. Slide 7 had a plan view showing kind of like, by the way the crow flies, the distance that they were, it was a plan, keep going. I could have sworn I saw number 7 in the slide. Is there 2 slide presentations? Okay, can we see the other one, please? The other number 1? Oh, sorry, it's 6. Okay. So on the left here, is there a way to zoom in on the lower left picture?
I actually don't have the Zoom
Okay,
capacity,
so
sorry.
it's showing a distance of 30 feet from the corner of a building to the other building. And what is the access to the back of 1912 Harbor? Is there a door? Can anyone just walk in? Is it locked? Is there no door back there? Because on one hand, I'm hearing that people would have access to it, and on the other hand, I'm hearing that a security guard would have to walk all the way around to get to the back of the building. So I want to know, is there access or not?
I believe there is a door back there that accesses the rear alley and some of the parking back there.
Okay, is that door going to be unlocked or open during business hours?
It would be locked.
It would be locked.
During business hours.
Okay, and then on the picture to the right, there's another line showing the measure the. I don't know where this one's going. There's 2 different distances, and I don't see these distances as being accurate because you can't walk over roofs. So I don't believe that this information here is correct. I don't know that anyone would have direct access to the back of the building or anything like that. So that's my. I take issue with the way this was presented. I don't believe that it was accurate and correct. And I don't know that the state says by the way the crow flies. I think that you have to consider if there's a wall or another building or whatever that no one's going to jump over a block wall to try and sneak into the back of a store, especially a bunch of young churchgoers. So I wanted to make that point, and then if I have anything else, I'll continue, but I'm done for now. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, if you have anything else, that's fine. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you to the applicant and the appellant for coming today. I have 2 questions for the applicant, if he wants to come up. I guess 2.5. How do you plan to address the point raised about the back alleyway access? Are you going to have a security guard that you need to have for ordinance patrol back around, or how do you plan to?
Yeah, so based on requirements, that whole area is gated, iron gated up. So our security guard will, just like any cannabis store, that's his job, is to make sure that nothing's going on anywhere around the building. In fact, probably deter any other issues from the next door neighbor as well by having somebody there. So I'd like to point out one other thing too, is that the next door, there's a couple issues that the next door stuff had an illegal shop running out of it for a while. So a lot of the issues for 3 years, Jane Flynn was running an illegal shop. So the issues for the security I get, but because not running an illegal shop for 3 years and then coming to me at this, like what we're gonna have an issue with security. Our security is getting professional. This is a professional shop. This is not an illegal shop. So big difference.
Okay. And then I just want to get my answer, and thank you for your comments, but I want to get my question answered. So is the security guard that you hire going to patrol the alley as well as the front? I just want to get verbal confirmation.
Anything and everything.
Okay. This is just a personal question on my end. Do you own the building, or are you leasing that building?
I'm leasing the building.
Okay.
Councilmember.
So is the owner of the building the same owner that owns the north side?
Yes, the council member, the owner is the same as our building and the whole strip mall on the other side.
So the only different owner is south of you?
Towards Triangle Square, I think, if that's south.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I just very technical question: how are you going to get shipments into your facility? Because I don't see a access point.
So the shipments are coming through the front. Scott, do you have that floor plan from my slide? I think it's probably 4 or 5. So yeah, so this is the front of our spot. There'll be 2 designated delivery and vendor spots, both under cameras as required by statute, by ordinance. So it's either, and those deliveries will come early morning, so before anything else is open, usually. And the delivery spots will call us, and this is kind of what we went through this with the Planning Commission, and they actually asked these questions as well. The delivery spots, they would call and say, hey, we've got a delivery. We'd make sure that there's a spot available. One of the 2 spots would be available. We'd cone it off until they got there, and then they'd be available for parking after that.
Okay, so essentially what you're trying to solve the problem by is probably before business opens, you'll have deliveries.
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay. The last question I have, and I don't have a question for them, I'm just kind of curious, like the shared wall argument to me is a very unique one because I don't think I've ever seen anything that has like a shared wall-ish before. You mentioned it's a walkway. Is your plan to keep the walkway? Do you want to remove the walkway? I'm just curious because I've never seen anything before like this.
I think the walkway's there, but it's just gated out, right? And my architect is in the back. Okay. Yeah, the alleyway's there, so there is no shared wall. It's just a buffer zone between 2 buildings.
Okay. Got it. Those are my questions.
Mr. Steinberg, if your architect has something to say, he's welcome to come up.
Yeah, on my end, I'm just curious because I've never seen anything like this before. Most times the cannabis shop comes through, it's owned by the applicant, and there's not another adjacent building that's not, that they're at least leasing out. So I'm just generally curious.
So the bottom of the page, you can see there's 2 gates there, and it's the shared. That's their building. They're not attached.
Yeah, there's no shared wall.
Okay.
Their building's on the property line, and we're probably 5, I can't see the text right now, but at least 5 feet away. And that's where planning had us put gates on either side. At the alley side and then on the front.
Okay. So
You see at the bottom of the page there?
I do. Please forgive me. I'm not a plan person, so
Sorry.
I'm not the best at deciphering sometimes these things. But so what you're telling me essentially is that there's a perceived wall, but there's not an actual wall behind the gate.
Yeah, the wall there is their building. It's on their property. It's block wall. It's full height. Where the end of their building, where it terminates, they're making us put a gate up.
So below that dark line, is their wall.
Okay.
Below that dark line is their wall. We don't have a wall. Our wall is 5 feet to the north of that, right?
Okay. Well, those are all my questions. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I think my questions are all for staff. One, I'm a frequent patron in this location because of the excellent coffee shop. I encourage everyone to try Original Barista Coffee, certainly among the best in Costa Mesa. So I over the years, I've certainly been disappointed about the conditions at this site. I'm curious from staff if we have any information about calls for service. There was reference to calls for service in this location. Do we have any information about that? Or any information about sort of requests for site cleanup and maintenance over the last few years?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any code enforcement or any actions that the city has taken or any calls for service for maintenance of the site.
Is that based on, did we look that up or that just wasn't raised?
Just wasn't raised in previous
so
discussions.
we don't have the data on that?
Correct.
Okay. I think I've witnessed a couple, so I think there's data on that. Okay. And then what about conditions? I think there was some reference to requests to improve the site maintenance.
So during the application review process, similar to a lot of other CUP applications, and it's not just for cannabis retail storefronts, but in general, when staff is processing projects for discretionary hearings, we obviously go out and do site visits and we speak to the applicants and we encourage applicants to make improvements or sometimes put fencing in or numerous things to make the site, for lack of a better terms, presentable. And when it's not, in this situation, it's my understanding that the project planner on this did ask the applicant to clean the site up a bit.
And did that happen?
I don't think it did.
Okay.
Based on my site visits, it did not.
Right, okay. I also have questions about the parking. And I want to make sure I just understand the staff report on parking and sort of the expectations of use of parking. So my understanding is that there's parking, the staff report describes parking both as part of the shared lot in front, but also parking behind. In the previous sort of question and comments, it sounded like it was confirmed that there's no rear entry. So we would expect people parking behind to walk around. Is that correct?
There is a rear entry. It's mostly for staff, I believe, based on what the HDL review was for the project. The parking for the center is shared through it with all the uses. And there was no parking intensification proposed. It was a retail to retail.
Yeah.
So it's parking consistent with existing parking standards. So there was no requirement.
Right, okay. And yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to confirm is my understanding is because it's a considered retail, which, you know, I know I used to be a regular or frequent visitor of this specific spot growing up when it was a vet clinic. Is that considered retail as well?
I think, as
comparable use?
I understand that, I think vet clinics require a higher demand than retail, as I
interesting.
recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certain uses demand more
Yeah,
parking.
okay.
I
Has there
believe
been
it's written
any, so my understanding is that sort of the existing parking restrictions, which maybe date back to 2016, there was some discussion of a shared use agreement based on the, you know, current uses at that lot. But has there been any recent sort of site-specific assessment of the parking situation in this lot?
No, in this case, the project was exempted from the city's nonconforming provisions, which allow for a retail to replace a retail
Okay.
activity. And then also the 2090, AB 2097 mandates that the city does not require a parking.
Right, yeah, I understand. I was just curious if we had data on the current situation. So I know I mentioned the coffee shop next door. They do have a rear entrance for their, you know, I think they have a lot of people, you know, walk up and enter from both sides, possibly use that back lot. What protections would there be? Like, what is the way to control, what are their options to prevent people from using their facility to, you know, cut from the back to the front for this retail purpose? Just thinking if that is a potential impact. Is there any, what's that business owner's option in terms of protecting being used as a cut through?
So let me make sure I'm on the subject property from the rear alley to the front.
Yes.
Because it's gated. And
no, I'm asking about you know, an adjacent business owner who does have a rear entry to his business.
Right, many of them do.
Yeah. So
they would have to go through the tenancy to get to the front, and you're wondering.
Yeah, if their stores are being used as cut-throughs for other businesses.
Yeah, that's
patrons.
That's not typical for customers of other stores to be using back doors. And generally, back doors aren't typically used. What usually happens with those alley parking spaces back there is staff, like business owner staff. They usually park back there predominantly.
Okay.
So.
And then can you just describe this has been mentioned a few times, the convenience store concept?
So there was some discussion about the applicant describing his cannabis storefront and the way that his service would work with regards to similar to a convenience operation, like a convenience store. That wasn't the way that staff reviewed the project. The project is a retail storefront cannabis operation. That's the way we review it. So there, many of the cannabis sites in town and the uses that have been approved, they've had varying operational ideas. Some of them are high-end, some of them are more quicker, some of them provide a cheaper cannabis, some of them provide more expensive, some of them are decorated real well, some of them just have minor decorations. I can go on forever, but in this situation during the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant described the use as more of a convenience type operation where people would come in and go quickly.
Okay,
Your
last comment is sort of what I gleaned from that. So are you confirming that the intent in the description is sort of a come and go quickly, short amount of time in the store?
I think you should confirm that with the applicant, but that's what I heard at the Planning Commission hearing, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple.
Mayor
Sorry,
Stevens?
did you want to go?
Yeah, just a couple, sorry.
Go ahead, sure.
Still getting a handle of whether I keep my microphone on or off or whatever, but it's on. Yeah, just a couple questions initially for staff. So this is a de novo review, which means prior rulings or prior considerations done by others, we get a fresh look here, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And can the original presentation done by the city, page 3, it's where we plot out the operating and the other planned, the approved CUPs.
That's slide 3, is that the one that you're
Yeah, that's the
speaking of?
one. Just curious, it cuts off up at the top before the 405 if you're looking at Harbor heading north. And I know when you get north of Harbor, there's a couple other cannabis stores, but those are in Santa Ana. Was that technically?
Yeah, this map shows all the cannabis operations, and none of them are above the Paularino in the corner, which is just north of Baker.
Right, okay. And question, I don't know if this is for staff or city attorney. What's the purpose of the background check as part of the CUP process? And is it character, moral turpitude, obviously?
Yeah, we're looking for, has the applicant have a history of non-marijuana drug issues or other kind of problems that might suggest that they might not be a good operator?
And is it more of an informative? And by that I mean if you were to find a felony or something, is that a red line? That's a no-go, you don't get a permit? You start getting further away from a felony, it's discretionary, or is the entire gamut discretionary, depending on what the background check finds?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's entirely discretionary, but I'll let Scott address that since he's intimately involved in the process.
Thanks, Kim. The requirement is that no one can have a felony that was convicted within the last 7 years.
Okay. And so that's the bright line test.
Yeah, the only exception is that if it's for a cannabis felony, like the city attorney mentioned.
And then anything less than a felony, it can't be considered?
Generally, the felony is what HDL or private consultant is looking for.
Okay.
Based on the code.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay, I just have a few questions. So there was some discussions about buffers, right? Buffer zones. And I mean, presumably we wouldn't have made it all this way if there was an issue of a violation of a buffer zone. The two issues that were raised were 250 feet from residential and the youth center buffer. Can you please explain why those two items do not preclude us from approving this application?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for the question. 200-foot residential requirement occurred after this project was deemed complete. It was part of the updated ordinance requirements, which are not applicable to this application. They would be applicable to any future application. But
And that's something that we voted on as the city council.
That's correct. The council determined that as well.
Okay. And then what about the youth center aspect that was brought up by the attorney?
Yeah, the youth center definition, I had it a minute ago, I apologize. One second. It specifically speaks to a use that's primarily used as a youth center. The church would not be considered a primarily used as a youth center. It's primarily used as a church.
Okay. When you met with the applicant and the attorney or the attorney, did you discuss this issue of the buffers? Was that part of your discussion with them?
So that review, well, you mean the
Sorry,
the appellant?
The appellant. I misspoke.
No, that wasn't something that was brought up during our discussions.
Okay. All right. Those are my only questions. Okay, so now if there's no other questions, let's open it up to the public, please. Yeah, yes, sir.
Hi, James Peters. I think the one angle that's kind of not being addressed here is the mental health crisis among our youth today. You know, back in 2020 with the shutdown and what happened here in the city, there's a lot of kids that are having issues with anxiety, depression. My wife is a coach on a local high school team, and it's really unheard of in previous years, but now there's kids with suicides and major anxiety issues. I have one friend, his daughter is 13, can't even go to school. Her anxiety is so high. Part of why that matters is because really the cannabis does bring on mental health issues for kids. And Ben Court is an expert in this space. He's helped a lot of people recover from drugs and addictions. And he's saying that, you know, associated things with amphetamines and cocaine really wasn't associated with cannabis and the THC until the last 5 or 6 years. And unfortunately now there's huge rates of increased psychosis, depression, anxiety, even schizophrenia among our youth today. And it's related to the THC in cannabis because now it went from like when we were kids, and it was like 30 years ago, was like 4 to 6%. Now it's like in the 90, 100% range. So the addiction is really off the chart. The mental illness is off the chart. And I think the one thing, it is kind of disgusting you guys are even considering putting another cannabis store in our city. We're really moving from city of the arts to city of the pot shops is kind of where it seems like our conversion's going. But this is going to exacerbate and further inflict pain, in my opinion, on our youth today who are already confused, having trouble with what happened in 2020. And now you're going to park a cannabis store near where the children live, see their dentist, and they go to church. And that's really disgusting. I feel horrible that you guys are even thinking of considering having this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Oh, let's go over here. You have the floor.
Good evening, council members. My name is Monica Zubrita, and I am the owner of iSlab Cryo at 440 West 19th Street in Costa Mesa. I've proudly served my community for a decade as a female business owner, and I'm here tonight because I'm very concerned about the approval of a cannabis dispensary near my business. There have already been comments suggesting that opposition came only as a result of our landlord soliciting tenants, but that is not my experience. The applicant, Keith, actually came into my business directly to ask for my support. That visit made me extremely uncomfortable. He tried to pressure me to support him, and I told him honestly that I did not support the idea. My decision to oppose this has nothing to do with the landlord. It comes from my own lived experience and concern for my clients and my business. I have seen firsthand how a similar dispensary in the same plaza negatively impacted the atmosphere and the safety of our center. My business serves families, athletes, and wellness-focused individuals. A dispensary next door directly threatens the environment we work so hard to create. There's already a large dispensary across the street and several others in the area. Another one in our small center is unnecessary and disruptive. Parking is already a challenge, and this will only make it worse. And as a woman running a business alone, I have real concerns about safety, especially based on what I've already seen in this location. This approval benefits one new business, but puts many others at risk. I respectfully ask you to reconsider and find a more appropriate location. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nora Brown. I'm 13 years old, and I'm an 8th grader at Costa Mesa Middle School. I also live in the neighborhood right next to where the proposed dispensary would go in. It makes me sad and kind of annoyed to see yet another building turned into a cannabis store instead of something that everyone old and young in the community and neighborhood can enjoy and benefit from. Not to mention that it would be going in right across the street from another dispensary, High Seas, and will be close to several other stores within a half mile, also as we saw the new 13 ones coming in. It would be better to see a business or restaurant that could help build community for everyone, including the younger population, for example, children like me. I live a 2-minute walk away from Boba Pop, the store in the complex close to it, and I frequently go with my family, friends, and I walk my 2 dogs up to where they are known by the community inside the boba shop. This community has been very great for me, and I don't want to feel scared when walking up alone, being sandwiched by 2 dispensaries on the street. It makes me feel unsafe to live in a neighborhood where there are over 6 stores within a very short walkable distance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, my name is Marlene McClary, and I live in the Freedom Homes at 1013 Lynn Place, and I've lived there since 1995, 30 years. It's where I've raised my son. We love our street and our neighborhood. It's very quiet, it's very comfortable, very neighborly. We all look out for each other. 5 years ago, my neighbors Lois and Charlie retired and decided to sell their home and move to Georgia. As a homeowner, you're always worried about who's going to move in as your new neighbor. Well, Keith purchased the home next to me at 1019 and has always been very respectful and very pleasant to be around. There have been no issues during his small remodel projects or when we had to share replacing a common wall. He owns a military-type Humvee vehicle that my 2-year-old son loves to crawl on, or grandson loves to crawl on, and Keith allows him to do so. Keith's in the reserves. He flies the American flag, and I just think that he's a good neighbor and a patriot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Good evening, Congressman, City Councilman, Council members, excuse me, sorry, it's late, I'm tired. My name is Susan Keeling, and I'm here representing our community-run charity thrift shop located just 0.2 miles from 1912 Harbor, the site proposed for a cannabis storefront and delivery operation. Our shop is not just a business, it's a mission. Entirely staffed by volunteers, half of whom are teenage girls, we raise over $200,000 a year through our volunteers' personal donations of clothing and household items. These funds go directly to critical local organizations such as Someone Cares Soup Kitchen, Project Hope Alliance, Girls Inc., and many others. We already face daily challenges related to homeless individuals seeking shelter at our storefront. While we do our best to respond with compassion, there have been safety incidents that put our volunteers, especially our teenage girls, at risk. Introducing a cannabis storefront so close to our property would only increase these safety concerns. Foot traffic will shift. Loitering may rise. And despite the best intentions of cannabis operators, the perceived and potential risks to our vulnerable volunteers, particularly our teenage girls, are significant. Our thrift shop is a beacon of generosity, service, and safety. Please don't jeopardize that. I respectfully urge you to deny the conditional use permit for 1912 Harbor. Protect the good that's already happening there. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Hello, thanks for having us so late. My name is Lindsay Lobianco. I've been a Costa Mesa resident for about 10 years, and I've been working for Keith Scheinberg for 6.5 years. He was a little surprised I showed up when I briefly said in the office today, well, I think I'm just gonna drop by and give a few words, and I think it's only appropriate because I can speak on a firsthand nature of working with him every day in an office. From day one, Keith has shown dedication to maintaining a clean, safe, and healthy space for both employees and clients. His hands-on approach, coupled with clear communication and respect for his team, makes him not only a great leader, but also someone people genuinely enjoy working with at the Cryoinnovations office. Beyond the internal operations, Keith has consistently demonstrated professionalism and integrity within the surrounding business community. He prioritizes maintaining strong, respectful relationships with neighboring businesses, fostering a sense of collaboration and mutual respect. His consistency in upholding high standards over the years has built a strong reputation that reflects positively not only on his business, but also the border community. As a perfect example, during COVID, Keith recruited over 100 people that volunteered to fabricate O2 ventilator hoses for hospitals when the country was completely out of them. He found a way to repurpose another product to create over 1,000 hoses for the state of New York City, the entire state of New York City. Keith's leadership extends beyond all the walls of the workplace, making him a valuable part of the local business network and a respected figure among peers. I fully support Keith Scheinberg opening his cannabis shop, and I believe it will be a great asset to the city of Costa Mesa and residents like myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, City Council, people, and staff. My name is Kelly. My family and I have lived in Costa Mesa for a little over 12 years, and we live in the funky little neighborhood behind the Toyota dealership off of Harbor. So I have a few comments that I want to share with you, and mostly just questions, but I want to respond to something that I've heard here, which is first, as somebody who walks by that center every day, the parking is atrocious. Already. I mean, it's just like an issue for that center. And the second thing I'll say is that site has been a derelict site for years as well. It has not been maintained. So that's just been our experience. I actually want to ask a question for which I'm genuinely curious about the answer, and that is, what does the city understand, and what do you as a city council understand to be the appropriate number of dispensaries that any one neighborhood should shoulder in Costa Mesa? And I ask this because that map that you saw on slide 3, which feel free to put that up during my comments, it's quite useful, and as we noted, in our letter to you all, there are actually 6, I got it wrong in my letter, there are 6 dispensaries within a half a mile of where I live from my front door. Expand that radius to 1 mile, you get an additional 3. So already we're at double digits for my neighborhood where I live. I just am going to talk about the neighborhood though as being within a half-mile radius, and I'm going to ignore that there's all those other dispensaries for a moment. So I'm curious to know, what is the city determined to be an appropriate or ideal number of dispensaries in any one neighborhood? And to put that a little differently, what is the city determined to be too many for one neighborhood? I'm curious about what these guardrails look like. What does oversaturation for dispensaries in any one neighborhood look like? I hope that there has been data-driven conversations about this in the city, and I fear that if these data-driven conversations have indeed happened, they've been at the citywide level and maybe not at the local neighborhood level. So I'm here as the faces of that neighborhood. What I would say, just to end, I don't know where you all live, and so maybe it's actually really common. Maybe you all, when you leave your house every morning to walk your dog, past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I can keep going, dispensaries on your walk. Maybe this is just the Costa Mesa experience. But if it's not, I would invite you to come out. Jeff and I are happy to do a walk with you. I actually think our neighborhood should be a case study for what oversaturation looks like. So lastly, I'll just say on the public engagement front, which is something that's really important to me, I have never once, where we live, received a notification that a dispensary was going in for any of these, not once. I read my emails. That's how I knew this was happening, right? So it was on the email that gets sent out. As those of you who know me know, I read materials before I show up. Never once did I receive a notification at my house. Thank you for listening.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you got it? Okay, good. Thank you. Your mic wasn't on.
Okay. I live a couple of doors down from Keith, and what happened was, I guess a private investigator did come by in the neighborhood, and that's when I kind of found out about all this. And I realized this is third hand. One of the neighbors couldn't be here this late, and she told me that he was telling her, yeah, some of the other neighbors were saying that there were girls running around with skimpy bikinis all over the street, and I have no knowledge of this. I've lived there since 1986. When Keith, I don't want to repeat everything that Marlene said about Keith, but it's true. I don't know anything about Keith prior to him moving in there, but he's been a great neighbor. And if you need a hand, he's there. And I also know he's a workaholic, and he's very serious about whatever project he's involved in. Anyway, here's the card of the investigator. I'm sure that's not needed, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members here tonight. Appreciate this opportunity to get to weigh in on this, yet again, another dispensary in our neighborhood. My name's Jeff. I live on Bernard Street, just around the corner from this. And I too, I've never had any piece of mail arrive, no email arrive, nothing to indicate that there was a process occurring that we could engage with in order to weigh in on the dispensaries. We actually have within, if you look at it, it's basically a 1 block. We already have 4 dispensaries. I don't understand, even as a dispensary owner or investor, that you'd want to be right across the street and then right within, you just cross the street down the next way and there's yet another one. Seems like kind of just way too many. And ever since the dispensaries have gone in, our neighborhood has experienced a significant uptick in people pull in, they're smoking pot or vaping, whatever they're doing, and then they throw trash out the window and they're gone like 15, 20 minutes later. And it happens a lot. It's happening all the time. And then also, there's just a lot more unsavory characters cruising through, which we're already suffering with. And so it makes it very hard for me to allow, or the thought of letting my daughter just walk right around the corner to go to the movie theater. Now I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have to walk her over there. Just because of all the other people that kind of come in to be around it. I don't understand. But basically, I'd really like you guys to reconsider, and mostly not based on his character, who he is as an individual. It's really purely, we just have too many in one tiny area, and it'd be great, maybe he could find another location. But if you guys decide against that, and you decide to go with it, then how about at least another massage parlor, 2 liquor stores, and maybe a couple titty bars to go with it, because this area is turning into just degenerate. And it's hard to be a guy with a family passing this stuff every day and picking up needles and drug paraphernalia along our street every now and again, and it's just one more kind of black eye for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Linda, and my dad is the owner of the property at 1912 and the strip mall next door. So I just quickly wanted to reiterate some points that were priority made, but Keith is going to be investing a good amount of money into this building, remodeling, which will greatly improve the look of the King Barbecue from our last tenants that we had there, and it's had to sit through this whole process of him trying to be approved. So that eyesore will be gone and improved. The other point is they're going to have the security, which is going to help so much the area because we do have a huge homeless problem. And we are on the night program we are involved with the police, trying to rectify that situation and be on it. But having the security in front and back of the building will help everyone in that center, all the businesses, including the corner businesses. There's nothing wrong with a little more security. So I think that's probably all I wanted to say, and the fact that it won't affect the parking too greatly because the customers will be in and out quickly, not lingering, and so anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Terry. It's been a long time since I've been at the speaker's podium here. I used to know everybody up there and a lot of city staff, and but I only know a few of you now in passing in one connection or another. So I live on Bernard Street. I've lived there for 23 years. I've lived a total of 54 years in Costa Mesa, and I'm actually older than that, but let's just say I'm a senior citizen. Oh, yeah, and I was at your fireworks open house that you mentioned earlier tonight. So anyway, I agree with the appellant on a number of things that she brought forth and a number of things that my neighbors have brought forth. Don't know that I have a whole lot more to add to that. It just seems like, okay, there's 25 approved and 13 open. I'm not sure how many of these shops we need in town. It seems like a very high, pun intended, concentration. If it's a matter of competition, it seems like there's a whole lot of places that the people can go now and get their cannabis. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with the nuts and bolts of our ordinance. I don't know if it calls for being people living close by getting notified of these cannabis shops. I don't think I've received any notification. Another thing is that seems like there should be a limit on the number of shops. And it seems like the locations just aren't quite right. It seems like they should be in a more industrial area, non-residential, et cetera. They used to call it the Harbor Boulevard of cars. Well, maybe they'll start calling it the Harbor Boulevard of pot shops. I don't know. But anyway, I hope that you'll not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Yes, sir.
You guys have a tough job here. You guys got a lot of things to juggle with the public, with a business guy that wants to make some money, and following laws and rules. You got a tough decision to make. I can walk to that place. I live right nearby there. I go to the dispensary myself. I take it for pain and to sleep. So I'm not some bad guy hating dispensaries. But I can walk to 3 of them from there. I can walk further to a 4th one. Like everybody said, why do we need another one? It's not for the public. There's plenty of them. It's not for the public. You got to take care of a business guy, I guess. Security, to call that security is kind of a joke. One of the places I go to, the guy's on his phone part of the time. The security guard's on his phone. The other one on Harbor Boulevard is directing traffic. To talk about being safe because there's security, there's young kids. And they probably don't carry guns. They call the cops, and anybody can call the cops. That's a stretch to call it security. That church, there's an event area on the backside of the church facing that parking lot area. It's raised up high, so you can't get to it. It's got a chain link fence. But they have some events there, not very often, but they have events there, and there's kids there, of course. And there's a family restaurant on the corner. There's another restaurant opening up right next to it. I don't get that. Parking, it's gonna suck. You know where Marvac Electronics is? I would go there once every 6 months. Who goes to an electronics store selling the transistors? Every 6 months I would go there, something like that, once a year. And it's always easy to park. There's plenty of parking. All of a sudden, 2 years ago, there wasn't. Couldn't find a parking place. There was a dispensary on the corner. It was that much traffic. And the guy behind the counter joked about the accidents in the parking lot. So parking sucks. I took pictures. I got pictures on my phone. Parking's gonna suck. There's like 20 spots, 19 spots. And what happens at dinner time when they go to the restaurant? They gotta park there. They gotta park there for the everything else in there. There's not gonna be room for parking. And if this thing doesn't work out, whether it's traffic or crap or junk, how does it go away? You guys come take it away? Does it take a month to get rid of it? 6 months to get rid of it? A year? I hope you really work on that decision, your delicate decision. I don't envy you, but I hope it doesn't happen.
Okay, that seems to be everybody in the chambers. Is there anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Well, hello, good evening. Late night. But the one thing I want to point out is Don Stevens and his Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Chavez, received money from the pot industry. So these guys think that a pot shop next to a church will be a good idea. Which, as an agnostic, I don't think a pot shop next to a church is a good idea. I think it should be challenged and pushed away. Costa Mesa, new name is Costa Mesa. One of the things I do know that I found in my research was Mayor Chavez, May 4th, 2020, when we were locked down in COVID, you temper tantrums, unlimited pot stops in Costa Mesa. And by the way, Chavez, you listen to me, you motherfucker? Listen to this. You wanted a limitation of security for 24 hours. Where does that come from? You sold us out? Why you selling us out like this? Tell me why. You don't work for us. Anyways, Costa Mesa needs to deny this. Do it for the right reason. We don't need another pot shop next to a church and an apartment complex.
Is there anybody else on Zoom? Okay, before we close that, so we'll close the part of the public comment that deals with the public, but I want to give the applicant and the appellant an opportunity if they have anything they want to rebut.
We did have one more speaker.
One more speaker, okay.
Alicia, please. They popped on at the last minute.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Alicia. You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Alicia Cox. I'm a owner of a large restaurant group here in Orange County, and I'm a female business owner, and I have known Keith Scheinberg for 20 years. I have done a lot of different business dealings with him, and I just wanted to vouch for his acumen and say that he is a great businessman. He's very smart, he is very thorough, he's very responsible, and that as much as I have nothing to do with this industry, I do see that it is a growing industry. And as much as it's scary to grow, it's going to happen regardless. And it's going to be important to have the right people at the helm who can run responsible operations. So I just wanted to go ahead and jump on here and just vouch for his acumen and what a great businessman he is and how much he does give back to his community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. So what we'll do is you have no obligation to come up and do any rebuttal. Any comments you make need to be in the nature of rebuttal, that is responding to specific things that were said, either by the public or by the applicant or the appellate, as the case may be. If you want to do rebuttal, you can have 3 minutes. You don't have to. It's up to you. Do either the applicant or the appellant want to do a rebuttal for 3 minutes? You do? Okay. So let's hear first from the appellant, then from the applicant, if the applicant wishes to speak.
Thank you. Just a few points in rebuttal. First of all, Jane Flynn did not run an illegal shop. During COVID, she had an illegal shop move in under false pretenses. She spent over $300,000 to evict them in collaboration with the city. Second, the wall is currently connected. I have no idea if it's hiding some sort of walk-through space behind it, but if you look at slide 3 of the packet that I provided, you can see that that wall is connected, at least at the front and the back, which also begs the question, how will that be handled for my client's property when they decide to remove it? Then, additionally, just on the question of the background check, they did clarify at the Planning Commission hearing that they only look at a criminal background check for felonies and misdemeanors. They do not look into issues of moral turpitude or character. They also do not look at any type of past history with local regulations. So they never would look at whether a CUP has been revoked, whether the person has had administrative violations in any other location, including Costa Mesa. Additionally, and respectfully, these distances are measured as the crow flies, and what those 2 pictures were showing, one shows parcel to parcel, it's about 30 feet. I also wanted to show that even if you went all the way from where the dispensary is located to where you can see an apartment, and I don't know that there may be some that are closer, but from what you can see from the aerial, it's still not 250 feet. You'd have to go all the way to the far side in the upper corner to make that 250 foot distance. And the one thing that I believe the applicant is right about is that this is a land use decision. Valid character issues aside, this has nothing to do with liking or disliking a person. But as we've shown tonight, your code prevents this. And also respectfully, while it may be just too bad that somewhere along the line the zoning standards changed while this was pending, or the applicant has waited, it doesn't change the fact of what the current standards are. And a change or mistake in the permit process or change to the zoning standards does not mean that you just apply the old standards. There is no vested right or entitlement. Your public has spoken on this tonight. You hear them. You have a legal land use basis to deny this, and we respect that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Long night again. I remember one of these council meetings went to like 12 in the night. I'd like to address a couple of things. I have 0 criminal history, number one. I don't have misdemeanor, I don't have any felonies, I don't have any parking tickets, period. That's it. Nothing else to say. For me personally, like I said, I'm a licensed attorney. I have no problem passing any moral turpitude scenario. I think that's just atrocious that even be brought up. In terms of cleaning the site, what I would recommend and what I will have our security do is also be cleaning that site nonstop. So they're not just walking around on their phone. Part of their duties will be, and I have no problem doing it as a condition of this, is making sure that they are also cleaning the site and making sure there's no one there. I do appreciate the young girls that came up and the parents with their kids. you know, having lived in Costa Mesa, I think all of us have driven by a woman dressed in a tutu with a shopping cart. You know, I mean, they're known by name by the police. You know, and I think it's, you know, as sad as it is, I think having security, having somebody at these locations prevents a lot of stuff from happening. It prevents the homeless from stopping. It prevents them from finding an alley to, you know, to shoot up or whatever they're going to do. But having those people there just walking the street is definitely a benefit. There's no one that can argue that that's not a benefit. They're not there to arrest anyone. They're deterrents, and that's exactly what that is. They're not there to, you know, to tell people what they can do, but people will have second thoughts of, you know, camping out or, you know, like the young girl was saying, like walking her dogs. Like, I'd feel safer knowing there's a guy in a uniform standing 100 feet away from me as I'm walking my dog down a street that has homeless people riding bikes down it, you know, that look unsavory. And I guarantee that security guard will be the first line of defense if something happened. Parking, it's the same thing. If we're there or someone else is there, the parking is still going to be needed. It's all the same stuff. This council voted for the number of dispensaries that we were allowed to have. I just played by the rules. To pull the rug at this point would be unfair. It's just, I put so much time and effort and money into this. Based on the council's decision, they just debated this number ad nauseum. I just think that at this point, I played by the rules. I've done this. I've waited. I believe I deserve this opportunity to start a business. If it doesn't work, you've got an improved property that would not have been approved regardless, improved. Like I said, I think the city of Costa Mesa approved these numbers. You know, we are bound by this ordinance. And I think in terms of the trash stuff, I will make it a point to make sure that area is cleaned up all the way around us, not just our building.
Okay, thank you. Close public comment. We have a motion. Councilmember Gameros, what's your motion?
So I want to make a motion that let me just make sure I get this right. I want to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the conditional use permit 24001 on findings of fact subject to the conditions of approval as contained in the resolution.
Second. You want to speak to your motion?
Nope.
All right. I'm gonna on behalf of the second, gonna speak for a while. I just have a bunch of things I'm just gonna run through. You know, we've established that there's, and these are in no particular order. There's no shared wall. There's the gate that goes through. So that was quite clear by the rendering and by what the architect said. In terms of the issue of the 250 feet or the 200 feet, I think it was actually in our ordinance, and the 1,000 feet, that's very clear. We made at first there was no, just for the benefit of people who don't know this, at first there was no separation from residential. Now there's a separation for residential, but explicitly that separation from residential does not apply to applicants that are in the pipeline, including this applicant. Okay, so anyway, I'm giving the attorney for the appellant the benefit of the doubt that she didn't know that. As to the youth center, there's a very specific definition of youth center. The descriptions and the photographs that were provided don't fit that description. And again, I'm giving the appellant's attorney the benefit of the doubt on that one. I don't like that I'm just being honest, I don't like that the appellant had people going up to the doors of the applicant's personal home in District 5. I just don't like it. For those that spoke about children and things of that nature, crystal clear, this is a 21 and older land use. When you go into a cannabis business, you have to show your ID when you enter to get in, and you have to show your ID at the point of purchase. So it's not marketed for children. With respect to the idea of the things that are around the site and around that area, you know, we've seen this before with other applications. This King of Barbecue has been an eyesore for a long time. I do agree that this, the center to the north could use some freshening up. However, as Councilmember Reynolds says, they make a good cup of coffee, and the council actually had dinner tonight from Globe Deli, so that's a good place. But the ways to address this issue of, first of all, we don't have any empirical evidence of the 13 places that have opened that there's any safety issues associated with it, loitering, homelessness. And I think that that's because the way to deal with those issues is three things we've found: security, lighting, and activity. And every time a cannabis business comes in and upgrades a retail strip, they bring security, lighting, and activity. Reduces the level of homelessness, homeless impacts, not homelessness, I wish it did, reduces the level of homeless impacts and impacts associated with the concerns that were addressed. So it may seem counterintuitive to people that a land use that they sell cannabis is going to do that, but in fact it has in practice, and it will, I believe, in this situation. And it's a lot better than like what we saw on another one where we denied it and they still have the tarot card place up there. It'll probably be there forever. There's also a matter of fairness. I mean, we opened up these applications in 2021. All the applicants either had to apply in August or September of 2021. The carrying costs of these businesses, getting through the process, almost a 3-4 year odyssey, is a lot. It takes a lot of persistence, it takes a lot of character, and it takes a lot of capital to get through the process. It's a bummer that it takes so long to go through the process, but it did, and I think there should be some credit given for that. Also, the investment of $500,000 already in the project, as the applicant said, and I don't doubt that. That's a commitment to the community. And so I think, you know, as a business-friendly council in a business that the voters voted for, and we have enacted a very clear ordinances with respect to, I think it would be really unfair to not vote in favor of the motion. Does anybody else have anything to say?
Mayor, yeah, my buttons
Yes.
aren't working. I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Sure.
Yeah, myself as well when you're done.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we grant the appeal, deny the approval of the conditional use permit, and direct staff to prepare a resolution for denial, reflecting that the necessary conditions, necessary findings could not be met. Specifically that the proposed development or use is not substantially compatible with the developments in the same general area and would be materially detrimental to other properties within the area, and that granting the CUP would be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public and injurious to property or improvements within the immediate neighborhood.
Second.
Okay, would you like to speak to the substitute motion?
Yeah, it was a long motion, and I would point to the findings that I am making here about compatibility, detrimental impacts. Specifically, some of the impacts I'm thinking about is the parking situation. I mentioned I'm a frequenter here. The parking is often full. I have, on occasion, not gotten my coffee at OB because of parking. And so I am concerned about the impacts of this use on other businesses in that way. In addition, I think this is a pedestrian priority zone where we have quite a bit of pedestrian and bike traffic along that stretch, and so I think the frequency of vehicles in and out of the site is something that could potentially impact safety. We've heard the comments as well about, also I would say this site, right in the middle of a row of businesses that I do see as family serving. We've got a restaurant, Globe Deli, another restaurant, a coffee shop that has become a bit of a community center, a dog spa, another restaurant, the boba store. Placing this right in the middle, I do think negatively impacts the success and environment for those businesses.
All right, does the second wish to
Can
be
I,
heard?
you want to go last or?
Let's,
Okay.
yeah, let's just go with second.
I actually don't have anything. I think the
Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds covered it, so.
Yeah, if I could be heard, and I'm going to speak in support of the substitute motion. I would just add, look at the general plan, land use element goals. A goal of our city and our land use one, a balanced community with a mix of land uses to meet resident, and business needs. I don't see anybody can look at that slide 3 and say that that's a balanced mix of land uses. It looks as though whenever there's an open or a vacancy, the businesses that we're attracting in this particular area are all dedicated to new cannabis shops. That's what we're attracting. I could say balanced mix of land uses citywide, but for purposes of this CUP, we'll just focus on the specific area. And again, looking at the location on page 3 of the slide, there's just not a balance and an adequate mix of businesses in that area. So on that basis, and I would, having not been fully versed on the prior ordinances or whatnot, at this point, I'm not prepared to concede that appellant hasn't adequately made her case that this particular location is in violation of Costa Mesa Municipal Code, Section 13/200.93E and subdivisions.
So, thank you. Are you done? I'm done.
I'm done.
Cut you off. I just want to ask a question of staff, including the city attorney. When I read this, I think I read it in the packet, but I definitely saw it in the Planning Commission here at deliberation about how under state law, because we're close within a half a mile of transit, we're not allowed to consider the parking issue and this parks. So when Councilmember Reynolds was speaking about her motion, she said something about parking. I can't remember, but where do we stand on the parking issue, staff?
The current AB 2097 does not allow the city to consider parking, not require any parking with new uses.
Okay. Did you have something to say, Council?
I was simply going to say that we are precluded from requiring parking with respect to this particular site, as Mr. Drapkin pointed out.
Okay. Did you have something to say, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Believe it or not, Councilmember Bewley made my points exactly. I think, you know, I weigh this heavily because for me, I want to support small businesses and I want to support folks that have gone through the process. But I think for me, the deciding factor really is looking at map 3 and the overconcentration. You know, an unfortunate by effect of the ordinance we passed was we did set certain parameters and distance from parks, schools, etc. What resulted in as the outcome of those buffers that were voter approved was an overconcentration in certain marketplaces. And as I'm looking at map 3, while I sympathize with the applicant and I understand the effort they put in, I cannot in good conscience move forward seeing that there's going to be 4 cannabis shops within one mile radius. And I think parking is not an issue we can look at, and I don't think we should look at it, but I think we have enough standings with overconcentration to really say that, unfortunately, you know, you were not able to beat the rest to the punch. But that overconcentration for me is a big factor, and residents have spoken about that issue. So for that reason, I'll support the motion.
If there's nothing else, let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmember Gameros and Mayor Stevens voting no.
All right. So let's go on to our next item, which I think is public hearing number 2.
Right. This is a resolution for approval of the draft relocation plan and relocation assistance for tenants of 778 Shalimar Drive. Staff presentation by Ms. Gallardo Daly, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Hadassah Jaker, Assistant to the City Manager. I am joined by Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Assistant City Manager, and Daniela Borba from Monument. Before you tonight, we have for your consideration the approval of the draft relocation plan and the relocation assistance for the current tenants of 778 Shalimar Drive. So in November 2024, the City Council approved moving forward with the purchase of 778 Shalimar Drive, and in December, the city began the start of a 6-month escrow process. The property contains 4 units. 1 unit was not occupied at the time, but the 3 remaining units were occupied by 4 households. As part of the acquisition would be for future community-serving public uses. As part of the escrow process and to comply with local, state, and federal regulations, the city must relocate the current tenants at the property. In order to accomplish this, the city hired Monument to draft a tenant relocation plan, including tenant outreach, relocation analysis, and a proposed relocation program. A relocation plan is a required document when the purchase of real property by a public entity may displace residents. The purpose of this plan is to explain the relocation needs of the households that will be displaced, to show how those needs will be met, to provide an analysis of available housing resources, and to describe any relocation payments, the plan for disbursement, and the source of these funds. This is pursuant to California Code of Regulations, where public entities wishing to acquire real property must prepare this draft relocation plan and submit it for approval to the City Council. This slide shows a timeline of actions that have happened and are expected to happen. In November 2024, that's when we began the consideration of the acquisition and submitted it for your approval. We started the escrow process in December, which marked the beginning of a 6-month escrow process. In January, their Monument and the city continued tenant outreach, including Monument began drafting the tenant relocation plan. In February, Monument provided the draft relocation plan available for a 30-day public review period and provided tenants with 90-day notices as well as the draft relocation plan. Now, in April 2025, the City Council will consider the approval of the draft relocation plan, and the city also has city-owned units that will become available, and any interested tenants would be available to apply. After approval of the draft relocation plan, Monument will work to incorporate the draft relocation plan, and in June, the escrow process will close, given all escrow conditions being met. As part of Monument's draft relocation plan, they had several findings. First, they assessed the relocation needs of the tenants. Based on their occupancy standards for the household density, 2 of the households would require a 2-bedroom unit and 1 household would require a 4-bedroom unit. Several of the households needed bilingual services, and special accommodations were required for 1 household. The tenants also preferred relocating in the Costa Mesa or surrounding areas. Monument also conducted an analysis of available residential replacement sites and identified the total relocation costs based on a survey of the surrounding areas. Monument also identified the relocation assistance necessary to provided by the city. This included advisory services and financial services. Once the draft relocation plan is approved, Monument will provide bilingual administrative services to the property tenants, including inspection of prospective units, assistance with lease applications, assistance in preparation and submission of relocation assistance claims, among other things. And for financial relocation assistance, the tenants are eligible for certain classes of benefits, including moving expenses, rental assistance, or down payment assistance. The calculation of the financial relocation assistance is based on several factors, including household size, tenant interviews, and the analysis of the available sites. The table shown shows a sample calculation of how this number was achieved. Monument took the fair market value based on the analysis and subtracted that from the tenant's current rent. This difference is multiplied by 42 based on California Code of Regulation statute, resulting for the total relocation payment. This calculation for all of the households that are currently occupying 778 Shalimar is $100,068,764, and Monument also added a 20% contingency, bringing that value up to a little bit over $200,000. There is another relocation option. The city owns units not too far away from the subject property, which is shown in red. The city's own properties are in yellow and are along West 18th Street and James Street. Some of the tenants have started the application process through the city's property manager, and as of today, 1 household has been accepted and 2 of the households are still in the application process. So before you tonight, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the draft relocation plan and authorize a budget adjustment appropriating a total of $203,716.80 from the Housing Trust Fund for relocation assistance, and authorize the city manager, city attorney, and the finance director to implement the approved relocation program. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff?
I have a couple.
Yes, Councilmember Bewley.
Councilmember Beal always has a couple. Not necessarily, I'm going to vote for this, but a couple of questions I've got since this is my first rodeo here on rental assistance when a city acquires a property. I'll tell you, it struck me. I'm thinking relocation, probably give them 6 months, 12 months maybe, 42 months. And, obviously I didn't make that law. And is that from Sacramento? I think I saw on slide 8, 25 CCR 6104. That's what requires a 42-month of rental assistance?
Yes, that's correct.
And we've got a Costa Mesa administrative regulation 1.3. Does it track, or what's our city's ordinance for rental assistance?
So we have a policy document that refers to compliance with state and federal law.
Okay.
That's our guide.
And then a question for city attorney then. Would this be an instance where if we were a charter city, we might have some legal basis to push back on a 42-month state mandate if we didn't think it fit the needs of our city?
I don't know that issue has specifically been tested, but the test will be whether it's an issue of statewide concern or not. A lot of the tenant rights provisions, particularly around relocation and redevelopment, because this is a common thing, it just hasn't been done as much since redevelopment agencies were dissolved. It would probably be deemed an issue of statewide concern.
It'd be an argument, but your best estimate is that it's an argument we'd lose.
Yes.
But it'd be an argument. All right.
Yep.
That's my only question. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, open up to the public. Oh, okay, we got somebody. We have a customer. Take your time, Jen.
Good evening again, City Council and city staff. I
I am 100% in support of the substance of this item. I'm 100% behind expanding Shalimar Park and doing whatever we can to expand open space opportunities in this neighborhood and to finding adequate compensation for the tenants. But the monies for this payment are proposed to come from the Housing Trust Fund. That was set up as part of the inclusionary housing discussion, and it stated in the inclusionary housing ordinance that such trust funds shall be expended, or monies shall be expended exclusively to provide or assure continued provision of affordable housing in the city, including but not limited to acquisition, construction, development, assistance, rental subsidies, or first-time homebuyer programs, and for the associated costs of administering and monitoring these programs. And I am concerned that the staff report does not sufficiently analyze the appropriateness of applying these funds to this project or for this purpose. I sat through every meeting last year on the inclusionary housing ordinance, and I distinctly recall that the creation of this trust fund was the result of lengthy debate and discussion that ultimately ended in a unanimous compromise. And I also recall that the explicit purpose of this fund, as described by the originator of the idea, former City Council member Jeff Harlan, was to provide seed money for grants and subsidies to build affordable housing. And while the inclusionary housing ordinance will eventually, create affordable units in very large projects, developing a portfolio of affordable housing at scale requires public subsidy. And the Housing Trust Fund was dedicated to doing that. However, if we begin to siphon off these funds for other purposes, including purposes that, in this case, unfortunately, actually reduce the total number of affordable housing units in the city, even if for a very good purpose, eventually there will not be a critical mass of monies in the fund that would be required to provide the meaningful make or break grants to bring those affordable housing projects forward. So my only comment tonight is not that this isn't a worthy cause, but to ask that staff consider what other monies may be available to make these payments rather than going into the Housing Trust Fund, which was distinctly set aside to fund something other than this process. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. We got a motion by Chavez, and I'll second if it's to approve, but I'll second it. But I just have a question before we do the motion, but this idea about the funds. So first question is it appropriate from a legal standpoint, or either Ms. Molina or Ms. Barlow can comment on that, is it appropriate usually to restricted funds? And if the answer is yes, it is, explain why. And then the second thing is, are there alternative funds that could be used that would preserve the affordable housing funds for building affordable housing?
I'll go ahead and jump in, and Cam, if you want to add, feel free to. But I do believe that this has a nexus to housing, since it is a tenant relocation cost to provide housing for these tenants. There are the only other funds that you could potentially use, if you so please, would be the general fund reserves. So there is about $17 million in undesignated reserves that you could use for this amount.
No, thank you, Mayor. Actually, that's the question I was going to ask. But as of now, I'll move staff recommendation. If you want to make an amendment, we'll make it. But to the point of the public, this is the first step of a lot of steps. So I don't want to make residents not get paid out.
Yeah, I'll second. I'm okay with it. It's a small amount of money in relationship to the $2.5 million, so I'm okay with it. Okay. Okay, does anybody else have any comments?
If appropriate, I just speak
sorry,
to the motion.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. And again, I want to thank Ms. Tanaka for raising the point, because it's a very valid point. Ideally, this would be a one-time thing we don't ever do again. The reason why I'm comfortable with this, and the reason I want to share it publicly is, one, the fact that Shalimar does need more attention. I think all of us can warrant the fact that we need to be focusing more on Shalimar, and this is a way for us to really expand that park project. A lot of folks have had questions online wondering if it would be a park expansion or what we would do with this parcel. When we moved this out of closed session, I was very intentional to leave a blank canvas to a future council, mainly because I didn't want to tie us to any future budget shortfalls, and ironically, we're now seeing one come up. But when I talk to residents of the community, the biggest thing they mention is the lack of a meeting space. And Shalimar Park, as beautiful as it's going to be, truly is not going to be a meeting space for folks to actually come out and use that space for community meetings and such. We've seen Think Together leave Shalimar Drive, a big blow to that community. And my vision for this, it could be a lot of different things. It could be housing with a community center. It could be just a community center. It could be a park with a community center. I'm not going to tie our council's hand to what this could be. But my ultimate vision is whatever we do is something we're able to afford, something we can hopefully leverage some private partnerships with. Maybe we give the land away, who knows? I don't want to tie us to anything. But I do view this parcel as a potential for us to reshape the future of Shalimar Drive. And in the future, I don't want to see us going to the Housing Trust to do relocation payments, but I feel comfortable doing so because 2 of the 3 families do qualify for the low-income housing on James Street. So odds are we probably won't even pay out for 2 of the 3 families because it'll be going to even more affordable housing a street over in their same neighborhood. That being said, I hope everyone supports this motion. It's for the good of all Costa Mesa, particularly for a poor part of town. And yeah, those are my comments.
All right. I think you covered it. And if no one else has any comments, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. There he goes. Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Council will adjourn.
Oh, we have one more item.
Oh, we have another item. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Be quick.
Number OB1. OB1. All the Star Wars talk. Old business 1.
All right. This is appointment to the Animal Services Committee and confirming the Orange County Model Engineers Liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I'll do this. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For your consideration is an appointment to the Animal Services Committee by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and also confirming Mr. Castanetti as the Orange County Model Engineers Liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. And this concludes the report.
Thanks. So that's the report. Let's open it up to public. Nobody's coming up. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. You have the floor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick for everyone's benefit. 2-point motion. I want to appoint Calvin Alvarez to the Animal Service Committee, and I want to appoint Hank Castanetti as the OCME liaison to Fairview Park Steering Committee.
Second. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, wonderful. All right, now, yes, you have.
Oh, I just had an additional comment on that. I did notice at least one of the committee pages didn't have its minutes up to date. So if we could just have someone do a review and make sure minutes are all up to date on our committee pages, that would be great.
Good. Anybody else? Anything else? Parting shots? Okay. Adjourn the meeting. Back to closed session.